Hello, hello. Am I on? Am I on? Hallo, hallo. Wie geht's? Wie geht's? Bin ich live? Ich glaube so. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to stream about not necessarily about this Oktoberfest thing, but I will mention it, I guess. First of all, week review. Whoa. Okay. Click, click. Click, add notice. Boop, boop. And maybe fuck it, warum nicht? I'll post it to Twitter as well. And yeah, hello, hello, hello. I'm going to open the document where I have a couple of ideas. I don't have too many ideas, and I'm not sure if I have them like all cleanly recollected like that. Oh, Hähnchen gyros expires tomorrow, so I guess I'm going to be eating that for dinner. Stream. Copy. V. Control minus V. Okay. And yeah, I wanted to start streaming earlier, but I got distracted watching videos. So I don't know if I will stream as long as I wanted to or whatever. I'm not sure what I end up doing. I should have actually cooked by now in order for me to stream for a long time. I guess I should have done that in the morning. I should have actually looked at when does the food expire in order for me to now be able to stream all the time that I wanted to, because I had a lot of topics today actually. So yeah, but oh well, maybe I'll just say fuck it. Since I don't have to wake up that early today, I could push it a little bit later. Since I'm leaving at 7:15, I could maybe push the wake up time till 6:45, closer to 7 perhaps, and do other thing. So we'll see. I have also some other topics. Here I have a comment. I wrote 3 comments. See, so 3 comments. One is this. It was a Sav Brown Instagram post. Sav Brown Instagram. I guess I'll leave them in the description. I'm trying to find the comment where I could show the clip like this, I guess. I guess it was air drum. Let's see. Hard to find, I guess. A lot of comments here. But yeah, I could just copy the video and paste it over here. Then could go on YouTube. This one was one video. Maybe I could open it. And this one was the other one. Okay, so I've gathered a couple of topics here, and I guess I'll bring them like this. Whoop. And copy the links, I guess, to the description, just in case. Boop. Well, I have them here. So. Okay. So first, classic week review. Not sure if I'm going to go fast or slow, and focus on oktoberfest day. I'll start at the beginning, I guess. Last Sunday / I'm losing frames. I don't know why. Sunday I just went for a walk, and then I commented that on stream, so I think I can start with Monday. Monday class, we got our simulator turns laid out. I hung out then with some friend, and I cooked dinner for the next day, and for that day inclusive. Then this week I guess I wore this sweater, so I took a lot of pictures of the outfits, and I wore the same pants all week, kind of. Then more class. On Wednesday it was a day off, so I just went to the gym in the morning. I cooked some decent looking, in my opinion, hot dogs. These were for lunch. For dinner I don't have a picture, but I was testing some outfits, I guess. Thursday, club sandwich. And Friday, gym again at night, because I was going to Oktoberfest on Monday. I ate dinner with the classmate that's leaving, and yeah, that's basically it, I guess. So essentially a lot of class, a lot of outfit pictures, and I guess some highlights, quote unquote, were that I drove to class. Well, I didn't drive myself, but I got driven to class a couple of days, Thursday and Friday. And yeah, not much else, I guess. We were learning about more irregularities in these things that can happen, more things that can go wrong on the trains, and how to solve them and how to deal with those things, but kind of like the overview of that. More specifics will come in the future. I'm cringing a little bit looking at the outfit pictures, but who gives a fuck, to be honest, right? I have white shoulders or whatever, so that's what I have. Then yesterday was Oktoberfest day. We were there super early. Then we got there drinking at 9, and then at the end of the day, it was kind of like we spent all day. It's basically, I don't have a lot to say, but saying that who I was with. I was with a friend of mine who lives here in Germany, and like an hour away from Munich or so, and then some friends of his, like the main group were some friends of his that he used to work with, that came here. So yeah. My review of Oktoberfest itself, too crowded. It's like too crowded. It's insanely crowded, basically. That's, I guess, my main thing. At the beginning, 9 a.m. or so, if you go early and you have a drink or so with your table, with your people or so, it's like overrated, but still like the part of the vibe or whatever. And I guess, yeah, expensive or so, but I don't know, tolerable. And you can go there up until lunch or so. It was fine, more or less. But then from that time onwards, it starts getting, I don't know, not sure if crazy or whatever, but it's like it has to be your vibe for you to like it, I guess. There were some people, I guess, some of my observations, right? Now onto my observations, right? Some observations. There are some people who are like, who like it, I guess, right? Who seem to like the vibe of Oktoberfest. Maybe I could use a picture of it at the background. These are some random people. So maybe I could use this as a background. Something like this. Sure. I took this picture of the guy because he was wearing Aldi socks, and I thought it was funny. But yeah, this is, I guess, the vibe, right? So essentially, it's like fine, right? Some observations, right? There are people who seem like that's their wave, right? Who seem to be like, okay, first of all, let me explain a little bit how it works in case people don't know, because I don't know, I guess it's not super obvious, although it kind of is. But yeah, basically people go there, a lot of tourists or whatever. You go, it's impossible to get a table, right? And they don't cycle through them quickly. And the whole point or whatever is that is that in these tents it's supposed to be better. I don't know. I don't really know the lore, but basically that's how it goes, right? People like to be in these tents, and so that's what to do. That's the thing to do. We did that, and the way to kind of secure those things is to go really early. So to like queue outside of it from like 8 a.m. onwards, and when you're there in the queue at 8 a.m. or in our case at like 8:30, 8:40 a.m., when you arrive kind of at the queue at 9 or so, maybe you can secure a place on these tents by just going in and sitting down. Then from like 11 a.m. or so onwards, it's already like everyone is sitting already, right? So the people who are coming in, it's like they don't have a place, and they ask you if they can sit down or whatever, right? Then at like 2 p.m. or so, or like 3 p.m. or so, it starts getting really crowded, right? And the people kind of stay there out lurking, waiting for like, I get places to get emptied or whatever. And then at like 6 p.m. or so, it's that, but super crazy. And like there, at least at our table, that was the thing, right? And there are people in general who kind of move around there. So it's kind of annoying in that sense, right? It's like there are some, like the vibe there, you have to like it. And I guess the way to like the vibe is if you are one of these people who are like roaming around, or if you are comfortable with people roaming around to you and I guess letting them sit. And then, but that's risky, right? Because if you let people sit down, they will call you their friends or whatever, right? It's like that is the vibe. The vibe is that people who grab a seat, then call some other people, and they come and they try take your seats. Basically, that's I guess the commodity or whatever. So yeah, I don't know. It's kind of annoying, right? This kind of pressure is the most annoying part, in my opinion, because if there was no pressure to remain there, I don't know. It's like that's I guess the most annoying part, like the pressure from people to see you out, I guess, right? To replace you. I guess some observation is that we could have also, for example, had more, I guess, consciousness of other people or whatever, right? And try to, instead of like have as a goal to stay every all the day, but it's like you go early to stay all the day, I guess. But yeah, more like say, okay, we have our fun and then we leave and leave other people there to come in, right? That could have been another way it could have played out. But I guess the point is like if you go early there, you want to stay all day after having secured the place, I guess, right? Like you feel entitled to the place or whatever. I don't know. It's not my. I for example, wouldn't have done that. I would have just left. I don't know. Like I would have left on my own before they kick me out, I guess. The fuck? And so yeah, that's I guess my reflection on this. Then, where was I going with it? Okay, now my review, my specific review of it. I didn't particularly have a super great time, I guess. I wasn't a fan of the social dynamics there. I wasn't a particular fan of these things that I mentioned, right? I did observe these people who seemed like they were in their shows, right? Some external to our group, right? Some people who were in their particularly react well to it. And then I kind of felt betrayed when I realized what was happening, right? When the people who were like trying to chat you up or whatever, and then some friends of friends of friends of friends start coming in and start wanting to sit there to replace you, basically, then I wasn't that comfortable or whatever with the way that played out. So yeah, I don't know. I wasn't super excited about it, I guess. And yeah, I don't know. Then I also, I guess, just if it was my group of people or whatever, I would have also maybe liked it more or like felt more comfortable in it or whatever. But I just knew one person from there, right? So it wasn't like even my group in the first place. I was like already an outsider there. So it's like if I'm already an outsider here and I'm kind of like, sure, going along for the ride, but then more outside, like more people who are not even related to the kind of to the person I know. It's like, then what even is the point, right? And they also, it's not like they are the kind of strangers that seem like fun to be around and like want to engage with or like create some kind of vibe or whatever. No, they're just there to enjoy themselves or whatever. Sure, fine. But if they don't want to enjoy my company also, it's like, then why am I there, right? So it's like, then I felt like I wasn't there for any interesting reason, right? So why remain? And so I just left, right? Because it was too crowded also. Like I wasn't like really enjoying this energy or whatever, and I wasn't like I wasn't feeling, I guess, like, yeah, I don't know, like wanted by anyone there. Like no one there wanted me to be there. It's super crazily. Maybe my friend and all, but he had 7 other reasons or like 6 other reasons to be there, right? So it's like, then if one reason leaves, maybe there are still 6 reasons left, and like, well, way more than 6, right? 6 plus the environment plus whatever, if he's enjoying himself. So it's like, then what's the harming going, right? So yeah, I left. And yeah, I don't know. That's basically it. That's my experience in the Oktoberfest 2025. And yeah, I guess that's kind of it. I'm going to check a message to see if it's something important. And okay. So yeah, essentially that's basically Oktoberfest topic over, kind of, I guess. Then I had 2 more other, no, like, I guess, aside from my week review, and then Sunday. Oh, and then I called my mom right after I went from Oktoberfest. I left because of these reasons. I called my mom. I went home. I didn't stay there a lot, like in the surrounding area, because it was crowded as fuck, right? So it's like, even visiting the place wasn't really enjoyable. So yeah, I don't know. It wasn't like super. It wasn't like inviting for me to stay there or for me to do things there, or yeah, any kind of thing of this sort. So I just didn't even like visit the Oktoberfest area a lot and like have a sandwich or like have some food there or whatever. Maybe I'll do that this week if I feel like, I don't know, if I feel like I guess I will end at Ostbahnhof. So maybe the days that I have food or whatever, or that kind of thing, maybe I'll eat over there, or something. I don't know. We'll see. And check the place out at a normal, well, not at a normal, but at some kind of weekday where it's not going to be as crowded, and just check the vibe out without that many people and with more things like this, I guess. But wait, do I have so many messages right now? And yeah. Then, so when I came home, I called my mom. Then the friend came here, and we just went basically straight to bed and didn't do much else. I cooked dinner for myself before he came, and by the time he had come, I had already eaten dinner and such. I had just left to shower, and I did that. And yeah, then tomorrow morning, he left. We went to have some breakfast at some place. I forgot to take a picture or whatever. Should have, I guess. But and yeah, that's it basically. And today I went to McDonald's to eat because I don't know, it's not that I didn't want to cook myself, it's just that I wanted to. I don't know, that I wanted to eat fried chicken. I had this kind of crave for fried chicken, and that's how I solved it, by eating McDonald's. And yeah, then I guess this is one of the topics that I wanted to cover for today's stream, I guess. Or so yeah, it's, I guess, what do I want to do where do I want to be when I'm 40 years old or something like this. And I don't know, I guess maybe I will record this as a video and have some kind of like pre-thought and then record this. Well, I guess first I'm going to go over like the topics that I have, and it's like, when I'm 40, where do I want to be, right? And I guess the main thing that is kind of, yeah, I guess the main thing is that I don't really exactly know where I want to be here, right? I did some kind of temporary things a couple of days ago. I guess I wrote a couple of notes where I was like, where do I want to be? And I was thinking of 10 years, and I was like thinking, okay, I will be 38 years old, it will be 2035, and yeah, I guess I'm not going to, maybe I could make a video, but yeah, I guess the thing is that I was talking about topics that are difficult for me to talk about, like gender and so on. So I was like, I cannot see myself as a 37-year-old man or 38-year-old man, right? But I also, for example, can't really see myself, right, as a 38-year-old woman. Like, I just don't see it. And right now, at least, right? I don't know. And I don't know how life can change in 10 years or whatever, but or like how one's self-perception can go after years of therapy or whatever. And I've talked to ChatGPT about it to see if it could give me like some scenarios of how it could go, to how it could play out. But yeah, I just don't really know how it would go on that sense. Then some other topics that I had regarding this 10 years thing. For example, career, right? I don't know where I'll be 10 years wise in career. I'm studying for train driving right now, and I don't know if in 10 years I will still want to drive trains, let alone not just 10, but like 5 or whatever. But if I don't, and I have this kind of stated goal that I want to get as many licenses as possible, right? So maybe I could go do plane, like get me a plane license, for example, and see and test that out if I don't like train driving. But then I guess it's like, is it different enough that it would be something that I would want? Is it, I don't know, or is it too similar that I wouldn't want to do that after train driving? My back is bleeding. I have like scratched too much or something. I don't know. Scheiße. Hostia. Okay, it's bleeding too much. Okay, I haven't sorted it out. I've brought this fucking how it's called. I can't find the thing. I'm such a disaster, man. How? This will fucking do. I don't give a fuck anymore. can't even. Cream! Lovely. Pero ¿quiénes son, tío? Las máscaras, tío. So, a friend, yeah, I mean, yeah. A friend just shared some pictures of him, of AI, with him and serial killers like Ted Bundy and Charles Manson. Bro, he's so fucking stupid. Or crazy, or both, I don't know. I guess it's stupid according to a definition that I read about stupidity today, which is something that only brings harm to yourself and to others, right? I guess that's stupidity. I mean, I fail to see this is, I guess, just helplessness in that definition, because it's not. But yeah. Anyways, what I was saying. Then I could also say gender. I guess I will keep the gender thing at last. About not sure if I'm going to be like. I can't see myself being a 38-year-old man. Like, what the fuck, right? Like me as a 38-year-old man. I mean, I'm not sure if people in general see themselves as like that, as if they can see themselves. I don't know. Some people, I guess, they see themselves married and with kids. Some people see themselves as like golden bachelors or whatever, or however they're called. That's called like the Leonardo DiCaprio type people. And but I don't even know like what kind of archetype I would like to be. Yeah, I don't know. For example, go circling back to the video that I could make. Here, for example, I write language, and I guess a common topic is like, what do I want to deepen or do I want to go broad, right? And in some cases I choose go broad, in some cases I choose deepen, and there are some things where they just this just doesn't appear, right? I guess I could also start why I was thinking about in terms of things to lose. And yeah, I guess this is a place where I think deepen would fit, right? And yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I guess common topics is deepen or go broad, deepen or go broad. And I guess this is relationships, right? This is I was thinking because of this of the reason. Okay, let's overview. Where do I want to be in 10 years? There are some topics that have run through my head, right? But the overarching theme for many of these topics, not all of the topics, but for many of them, is whether I want to deepen or whether I want to go broad, right? I guess I'm still young enough to consider about going broad and algorithm exploring, or I guess maybe you never go, or maybe it's like, maybe it's the opposite, and one is young, one should go deep. I guess there are different ways to do it. Maybe there are different ways of seeing it. Maybe it depends on the topic. But yeah, that's the discussion where that's like where my mind goes and where the indecision comes, I guess. And for example, some of the topics that I think belong here are languages, career, and relationships. And then there are some where I guess one could see it through that lens, but I don't exactly see it through other lens. But that I also, yeah. Then there is one at the end that I will maybe not sure if, yeah. Yeah. Maybe I could just I'm doing the okay. Languages. I'm not sure if I want to deepen or go broad in this case. I'm not sure if I will stay in Germany for 10 years and deepen my language, deepen I guess how I use it socially, right? Get better, get more fluent, start to understand more cultural relevancy, cultural things, references, sorry, this kind of thing, right? Regarding career, I'm not sure if I will do train driving, right? And I don't know, this is difficult. Then things to lose relationships. I guess I do think of like partnerships, and one would think that going deep would benefit this, right? But also, or friendships, right? One would also think the same thing about friendships, but maybe perhaps in friendships or whatever, it's a little bit different, right? I guess I'll think out loud doing the video and just go off the cuff then. So this is my video called Where Do I Want to Be in 10 Years? And yeah, or I was initially also calling it When I'm 40, Where Do I Want to Be? And but since I'm still 28, I think I will leave the when I'm 40, Where Do I Want to Be when I'm 30. But yeah, I guess I am 28, and in 10 years I will be 38. And I was thinking like in many different fields, like or like columns of my life or like pillars of my life. Where do I want to be in 10 years, right? I think it's useful to at least think about this exercise, and I will reveal why am I thinking of this exercise right now. but like what sparked the thought, I kind of usually tend to think of these exercises. I tend to do similar exercises. I've done them in the past, right? Where do I want to be, or like where do I want to be in a year from now, or like what would I like to accomplish someday, right? But it usually more like someday. And when I frame it into like 10 years or 5 years or 3 years or next year, or like New Year's resolutions, right? Then I start, I don't know, kind of like losing clarity, I guess, or like having to narrow down the things makes it, or like trying to like paint an image, a concrete image, like where do I want to be in as a 30-year-old person, right? What does 30-year-old me look like? What are they doing? What's going on in their lives, etc. Right? So it's like, I don't know. That's where I am, what the kind of exercise that I wanted to do in this video. And I guess an overarching theme, before I go into some of the example topics that I've chosen some example topics that were the first that came to mind, but I've kind of noticed in at least 3 of them that I guess the problem, or like the main indecision, the main source of indecision is this deepen or go broad, right? And it's showing up in many different places, right? And I guess one could frame an advice video as like in your 20s, for example, right? In your 20s, you should deepen, right? It's like you should go as hard as you can on one single thing, and that will have compound effects or whatever, right? Or vice versa. Oh, when you're young, you're still young, you can afford to go broad, to try many different things, to blah, 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 and still be good enough in 10 years after having tried all those things to move on, right? And I am 28 right now. What do I want to do with with these 10 years of kind of youth, right? Do I want to deepen on something? Do I want to go broad on and try things? What's better, right? I can't decide. Does it depend on which topic am I talking about? Probably, maybe not. Maybe it depends on your view, right? And I don't know what my own view is like on those topics. So, for example, first topic, language. Right now, I'm living in Germany. I'm learning German still, right? I don't really would consider myself to know German, even though I have a B2 level technically, right? I still don't consider myself fluent because I don't think I can express myself in German efficiently and to the extent that I would want to. For example, I consider myself fluent in English. I can express. I'm not perfect in English by any means. I make mistakes, but in my opinion, the mistakes are small enough, and maybe not imperceptible, but like small enough to not distract from the point that I'm making, etc. And the gaps that I have in the language are still fillable by the rest of the knowledge that I have in it, right? So I can express myself basically to my taste and not have any problems with it. Meanwhile, with German, it's not the case, right? In German, I still cannot express myself to the point that I want to, right? To the extent that I want to. And I cannot dive into the language to the extent that I would want to, for example, right? In English, for example, maybe I would have problems. I would have trouble maybe reading Shakespeare or something like this, right? Maybe, or reading a very technical paper in a topic that I don't know about, for example, biology or whatever, right? Or language itself, right? Or learning about Shakespeare in English, right? But I feel like I have a base big enough to at least on the things that I care about, or like to be able to learn about the things that I care about in the language, right? So I feel like I can navigate the world like this. But in German, I don't feel like that. I don't feel like I can navigate the German world in order to extract the things that I care about from it, right? Or to not just extract, but to contribute back in, right? To participate in discussions in this language. So my question is like, do I deepen? Do I go harder in German? Do I try to learn German more? Like, I mean, I'm going to do that definitely to a certain extent, right? For at least 2 of these 10 years, I'm going to be working as a train driver here. So For 2 of these 10 years, I will be diving deeper in German. I will try to understand more cultural references and to get more fluent, or to have a better ear in German and to understand more conversational German, etc. But what about after it? Will I still want to deepen, to understand deeper cultural references, to understand more of like the context, the deeper context of like literary context of German, more of the contemporary context of German literature, for example, of German movies, German blah blah blah, right? Or will I want to go broad? Will I want to switch languages? Will I want to, for example, perfect my Japanese, right? Or try French, or try Italian, right? Try a different language, or like try Russian, whatever knows, right? I would probably go either with Japanese or maybe French, maybe Italian. It depends, right, on other things. So, or maybe Dutch, for example, and some other language, right? What the hell? What would I do? That, I guess, this now links into career, right? It depends, I guess, on some level on my career. Will I want to keep train driving? Will I want to, if I do keep train driving in this same German company, will I stay in the German company but move from train driving to other things? Will I move to a different country to try to accomplish some other career dream that I have, right? And I guess here also it applies this deepen or go broad thing, right? Do I want to deepen my, I guess, train driving skills? They are skills after all. This is like job experience, so you do gain it, and you do gain more things by going deeper on this one thing, even if it's train driving and it's considered like not a super interesting thing or whatever. It's like once you are in it, it is interesting, and in this world, the people who have more experience like you can tell basically who has experience and who hasn't. Or in a single company, in the Deutsche Bahn, for example, even if I were to move from train driver to other position, would I want to deepen my experience in this company, in this particular environment, or would I want to move companies to something different, right? Maybe I would continue to drive trains, but in a different company, or maybe not, right? Or maybe I would want to stay in the same company because I would like to deepen my affiliation to the company or whatever, but in a different position. Or maybe I would simply want to move companies and roles altogether, and then, for example, the language considerations that I've talked about earlier would also come to mind as well, right? Would be part of the discussion, right? Maybe I would, for example, move from this and try some other thing in Japan, for example. I would want to move to Japan to do something that maybe is train related or something, in order to like get a foot there in the place, but it's not driving and it's not in German, right? Or maybe I go to Japan try to pursue something related to finally cars. Who knows, right? I don't know. Or maybe I move to France to do trains. Maybe I move to France to do for example, I would like to get my plane license, right? Maybe I move to some other country that has a cheaper plane license and try to accomplish it there. Or, for example, who knows? I don't really know exactly. Or maybe some other license that it's not planes. For example, maybe the boat license or a truck license. And maybe some countries have opportunities for this, right? And they require their own language, like Germany does. So maybe I would try that. Or maybe I would try to do my own thing, whatever that is, right? Maybe I would try to do my videos, for example, and then, I don't know. Or maybe I would try to learn the language, and I figured out that learning the language is what motivates me the most, and then I pay my own dime some course over there and do something that just immerses me in a language and throws me in the pool, for example, you could say, right? And throws me in the language pool and makes me bathe into these challenges or whatever. And it's like mostly because of that, and the core of the career doesn't matter at all, right? And it's not train related or whatever, right? So yeah, also this kind of go broad, not try many things, or like go deep comes in, right? For example, if I were to video the thing, maybe going broad helps, because maybe it's like doing videos of different careers and comparing them to each other is like more fun to watch, or like something that also makes me more curious about the things, or like makes me more motivated to continue, right? And that's what I don't know, for example. That's like one other place where this kind of go deep slash go broad is kind of confusing me, or like where I don't really know where to go. Then some things to lose, relationships, right? I've put them in this category because this is actually the place where that made me start to think about this, right? Why am I thinking about what am I going to do 10 years from now, or when I'm 40 right now? And it's because they just kicked from my college, from my class, train driving class, some guy who is like 39 and who was getting like pretty bad marks on this, right? And it had me thinking, right? He's now, the conversations that we've had and such, we're talking, and he's talking something like, yeah, my plan is to go back to Spain and to get my driving license, my bus driving license, etc., and to come back here to Germany. And then he talks big, right? He talks something big like, yeah, I want to sell my little. He has like a parking space in Spain or whatever, and he wants to sell it, and with this cash, then invest, right? And he talks big about like, yeah, I would like to invest in here in Germany in real estate, blah blah blah, right? And I don't know. To me, it all sounds like building castles in the air, right? Building, like drawing castles in the air. I think it's called in English, right? It's like just not grounded in reality, right? Or like, yeah, dreaming too big too early, which are also things that I've done wrong, by the way. But in his case, him being 40 made me think, okay, do I want to be 40 like that? And it's like, why is he like this, right? It's like, why can he, I guess, afford to be like this at 40 years old, right? And I guess I realized that it's just that he doesn't really have that many things to lose, which maybe at one stage of one's life it's like an advantage, right? And it's like, for example, people will say, you have nothing to lose, you can afford to go hard as hell on a business when you're young, and that can bring you enormous rewards in the future, right? And if you lose, it doesn't really matter because you're still young, kind of, right? Or it's like, yeah, or you can go out and move to another country, try different things. You will still be young when you have done all these things, right? But for example, he's no longer young, right? Or he's no longer that young, I would say, and still he has nothing to lose, right? He has not. Oh yeah, it's like you can try so many different things when you have nothing to lose. So yeah, you go try, and you go out and try things. You go travel, to move to a different country, do something different, right? Well, you can take advantage of it, right? And it's like he is in that position because he doesn't have anything to lose, right? So I'm like, okay, do I still want to be in a position in 10 years where I have actually nothing to lose? That would be kind of crazy, right? And it's like, on the one hand, it's kind of liberating to have nothing to lose, but on the other hand, it's like, will I still want to be that person who has nothing to lose? And that had me thinking, right? And I guess the go deep or go broad thing comes here as well, right? I hear, for example, this train of thought, I guess, conduces me more to thinking about the deepening, right? It's like, if you deepen your relationship, you have actually gain things to lose, right? Which is tough in a sense, because you can now lose things, but in another sense, it's like you do have deeper relationships. So I was thinking about that in those terms now, I guess. And yeah, I don't know. The thing is that I still am in a position where I don't know if I want to deepen or go abroad, right? It's like, I do know I do want to deepen, but for example, I listed two different things. For example, partnerships and friendships. I would like a partner, or yeah, someone like this, or whatever. But well, now I will talk about something that's probably relevant to this. But before that, right, I would like to deepen my connection with a partner, but it's like, how do you even find a partner in the first place? And then my mind goes, okay, you actually have to go broad. You have to go out there. You have to put yourself out there and meet new people and let the relationships fail if they have to fail, and it's like be invested but also not be too invested to the point where you will kind of like not put yourself out there anymore, right? And then when you find someone like that you really actually want to invest in or whatever, then you deepen the connection or something like that, right? But it's like, so do I want to go deep or go broad, right? That's kind of the thing. Or like, what's the order? Do I go broad first? Do I go deep with the people that I already know? It's like I don't really know anyone whom actually wants to be partnered with me, or vice versa, that I want to be partnered. Well, maybe that could change a little bit, but well, maybe that could be seen differently. But I guess it still applies, right? If they don't want to be partnered with me, I really don't really actually want to be partnered with them either, right? Even though the decision came in the reverse order, I wasn't the decider of that, but it does switch, right? It does change the thing. Or friendship, but for example, with friendships, it's different. I do have some friendships. It's like, do I want to deepen them or do I want to go broad and find other friendships as well? And I guess my thinking is kind of both, but the move that I've done to move to another country is actually kind of like more directed towards this kind of going broad and meeting new people and finding other friendships, right? That perhaps will be more accepting of certain things, or that will be more aligned in some other factors or whatever, right? And that's, I guess, kind of somewhere that I've I guess struggled with, or sorry, that I struggled to picture it in 10 years, right? I guess maybe I could do some type of imagining exercise. I've tried to do it, and maybe I will try to do one at the end, right? But yeah, I guess those are like some of the things that I mentioned that I want to either deepen or go broad in, and I don't really know which direction to go in. And now I guess one thing that I'm not sure if it fits this bill, maybe it could be seen through this lens of like deepen or go broad, but in this sense, in this case, I haven't applied that lens yet to myself. To myself as well, because this is like the topic, and that is, I guess, kind of like the topic of appearance, and like how do I want to show up in this world, right? What does 38-year-old me look like? And I guess this is something that I have not talked directly in this channel a lot, so I guess this is kind of a coming out minute 18 of some video of my channel or whatever, but I do struggle with this a lot, and it is something that I don't know. It's like, for example, I don't know that, using this video as an example, right? I don't know in 38, when I'm 38, do I want to be a 38-year-old man, for example? I try to think of this 38-year-old man thing, and I don't know, it's like I feel this sense of repulsion or whatever, right? I can't see myself in this box, right? But then I think of, for example, the gender box, by the way. I try to think myself as a like 38-year-old woman, and it's like, it doesn't make any sense, right? And yeah, I try to think of this situation, or like I try to think of appearance, right? How do I want to look like? And it's like, I certainly would want to look one way more than the other, right? But how do I? It's like, what does the 38-year-old version of that look like? And it's like, that's something feasible, right? And what does the 38-year-old man version of me look like? And what if I take certain steps? Then what does the 38-year-old version of me look like then? And what if I, that kind of sense? In that kind of sense, I can't picture myself in 30, like being 38. And I do, in this case, I try to like get references or whatever, right? And archetypes, things like this, right? And I find artists that I like, for example, Caroline Polachek comes to mind, that are around this kind of age, 38, 40, or something like this. And I'm like, okay, what are they doing with their lives? What do they look like? How do they show up in the world at this age, right? It's like, it's not over at 38. It's like you are still alive and you have years left, in their cases, of artistdom to do and to express themselves, etc. But in my case, it's like, what do I even want to express or whatever, or put out there, or something like that. And I don't know, it's like I have them as inspiration and or whatever, but it's kind of more like not even a goal, right? It's kind of like something I look at with admiration rather than something I look towards as like direction, I guess, right? Because I don't see how it's like I look it with admiration and kind of a sense of inspiration. For example, it's like, oh, they are still there at that age doing this, but when you look back at their trajectory, it's like they started way earlier, right? For example, expressing themselves through art, blah blah blah. So it's like I try to get inspired by these artists, by the artists, etc. But I'm not sure how well it translates to my own life, right? I'm not an artist, right? I would say yet, but even without the yet, it's like without the yet, it feels better, right? I'm not an artist, right? With the yet, it feels like some kind of challenge or whatever that I'm not sure I will live up to, right? Or that I will attempt even. So it's like I don't know. These are kind of the things that I don't know. And then, for example, I wanted to do some kind of how have I called it? Visualization exercise or whatever. I just remember the Dax Flame video where series actually, where he kind of visualizes his life, and he hires an actress to play as his girlfriend, and then they get married as visualization, right? And then they have a kid as visualization, and then he dies happy, right? And I thought that was a funny exercise, but also like actually thought provoking, right? And like something that I thought I actually thought I could apply, like not in this exaggerated manner that he does of like making videos where he's pretending to achieve those things, but the visualization exercise part really is interesting. And the problem is that he has really this concrete vision, right? By making it a video of it, it's really a concrete vision. But I have the opposite problem, right? I'm just talking about it and I can't find a concrete solution to the problem that, or not even a concrete, not even solution, but North Star that I want to go towards, right? For example, going back to front from this appearance angle, I do have like some North Stars. I do know like some 40-year-old people that I would like to look like or like come across as or whatever. I just don't know if I can achieve that personally, right? For the obvious reasons that for obvious reasons, I guess. And or sound like it's just like hearing my own voice, for example, reminds me of many things. And yeah, and aside from that, from the other topics onwards, right? Well, then relationships, for example, this ties into it as well, right? It's like, how do I see myself, like who do I see myself with in 10 years? It's like if I don't even know what I look myself look like in 10 years, or like how close to the North Star I will have arrived, then how am I even going to know who am I going to be with in 10 years, or like how am I going to even attempt to visualize that, right? It's like, what can I even visualize about that in 10 years? Or if I don't even know what I will be doing, right? For work or for money, or if I will even have money or whatever, right? Or language, right? If I don't even know what language I will be trying to speak, or like in what country where I will be located in order to try to do these things, right? In order to express myself, in order to communicate with others, right? In what language am I going to be trying to communicate with others and to understand their culture, etc.? Who am I going to connect? Who am I going to be able to meet on the day-to-day? These kind of things, right? Are many incognitas that I don't know how I will sorry about the train. Yeah, these are many incognitas that I don't really know what. Like, yeah, that stop me from being able to visualize things, right? And yeah, I don't know. Maybe I can attempt to visualize something of like how far along could I be at the age 38 among my stated dreams? Will I even want to pursue these stated dreams? For example, I talked about my car museum, right? Will I even want to have a car museum in 10 years? It's like, will I be setting the first stones to move that project in motion? Will I have given up on that dream? Will I be somewhat far along of that? Uh, what do I require for that? Probably automotive connections in the automotive industry, or like some knowledge of like buying and selling cars, or like where will I even be based? Where will the museum be located? Uh, I will need then knowledge in that language and knowledge in that country's legal system in order to set up companies and set up museums and foundations, etc. Right? And yeah, I guess people to know at least in those realms if I don't know the things myself. And or for example, if I want to record videos about cars in different places, it's like, okay, whose cars am I recording? Who's lending me them? Am I renting? Am I attending events? If my goal is not just to do videos of single cars, but more around scenes, automotive scenes, like cultural cars culture, cars stories related to cars. Also bigger picture things like manufacturing and like, I guess, a bigger picture vibe on the country itself, right? Or on a place. It's like, what are they about in cars? For example, it's very different to be into cars in Germany than being into cars maybe in Thailand or in Japan or in blah blah blah. Or maybe even within the country itself there are like different groups, or like there are groups that overlap each other and groups that have very knitted connections, or groups that are like more spread out, etc. Like many different considerations if I'm making videos like that, right? Where do I want to be in that sense if I'm doing that? Or like if I'm just like, how am I financing that? Am I financing this with a train driver job? Am I financing this with some other driving job? Am I financing this with licenses? Am I going to be like, okay, fuck all this interacting with people thing. I'm going to go focus on just me for these 10 years, right? And in 10 years from now, I will just have focused on myself and not have actually ventured outside, but I will have some foundation. I will feel like I have the foundation, or will I even not even feel like I have the foundation? So I don't know. I'm like thinking of so many of these things, and I don't really know like where am I going in any of these. I guess, not sure if to end, but to sum up these visualizations, it's just, I don't know, it's just too difficult for me to try to sum up these visualizations. I guess I would try, but I guess leaving off it, the whole as appearance thing of it all, or one way I could see like one vibe, for example, is like more focused on myself, the thing I've talked before, right? So in that more focused on myself thing, I've gone broad on the licenses thing or something like this, right? I've tried many different things on the licensing thing. I've achieved some as a kind of side project after work, for example. I've gotten a motorcycle license, I've gotten maybe a boating license in some vacation, maybe some other kind of license, and I guess I have attempted different things as kind of more of a hobby than anything, or maybe even attempted a plane license or in 10 years, and now what am I, a 38-year-old person with a lot of licenses, but who just has a single job using one of them, right? Because it's like having all of these licenses doesn't really give you any leg up in career-wise anything, right? It's just like a personal thing that I would have done because I like it, right? And because I wanted to try it out, and just that's it, right? It doesn't, I guess it would enrich me personally in just some selfish way, but wouldn't make me, I guess, more valuable to the world in any sense or anything like this, right? Maybe only in unexpected ways, right? Maybe I would have tried to share it in some way in my YouTube channel or whatever, but I don't know, before, for example, before sharing the things, I feel like I'm just sharing in YouTube right now, and it's not sure if it's altruistic because I'm doing it and no one is watching, or if it's like selfish because I'm just talking about myself, or if it's because I lack people that I feel like I can share these things with, and where I feel like I can be open about these things. I mean, even in this channel, I haven't talked about, I guess, this difficult thing since ever, right? And it's kind of the place where I've talked about most openly about many of the things. But yeah, I guess that is one way the visualization could go, right? Just something more open, more less, more than open. I guess it's like open-ended, but like broad. I guess that's what I meant, right? Something broad, but coming out of selfish reasons, right? It's like out of selfish reasons, or out of self-centered rather than selfish, maybe self-centered reasons, out of focusing inwards. I've attempted kind of these different things, tried these different things out, and maybe tried to share a little bit about that, and not gotten very far about it because it's like they are kind of scattered things and no one gives a fuck about it. So yeah, I guess that's one thing it could have gone, right? And then another way it could have gone, it's like I just deepen, but since the things I'm deepening in is like just driving trains and I don't know, not much else. I guess German language, right? It's like maybe, I don't know. It doesn't feel like too outward related either, right? It's like I'm not finding the things. Maybe it's like, I don't know. I guess maybe the combination of something, right? Maybe going deep in the German language and on the job, and also trying out different licenses, and the combination somehow it's like good. I don't know. Sorry for failing at this visualization exercise. I simply don't know how to continue. So yeah, I guess I'm ending the video now. I sum up. I don't know where I want to be when I'm 38 years old. It's like, where do I even want to be, right? It's like, that's the problem. I've titled the video, where do I want to be in 10 years, but I guess it has a question mark because I don't know. That's the problem, right? And 33 minutes, 20 seconds is not enough for me to figure it out, I guess. So yeah, that's the conclusion. Thank you for watching. If you got here until the end and you got a little confession, so yeah, oops. And yeah, hope in this video no one actually comments anything, and yeah, that no one hits the like button, then I never check the watch time to never actually know if someone actually watched this video until the end. And yeah, that's it. In this case, thank you for watching still, because I do appreciate that you did that. But if I don't find out, that's perfect. So yeah, goodbye, and yeah, hope you watch some other video again soon, and hope you keep watching until I'm 38. Bye. I'm going to be uploading the video meanwhile. Okay, this is still working. My computer is freezing. Fucking. Okay. It says 24 minutes left. The fuck? So this is my video called "Where Do I Want to Be in 10 Years?" And yeah, or I was initially also calling it "When I'm 40, where do I want to be?" And but since I'm still 28, I think I will leave the when I'm 40, where do I want to be for when I'm 30. But yeah, I guess I am 28, and in 10 years I will be 38. And I was thinking like in many different fields, like columns of my life or like pillars of my life. Where do I want to be in 10 years, right? I think it's useful to at least think about this exercise. Am I thinking of this exercise right now? But like what sparked the thought, I kind of usually tend to think of these exercises. I tend to do similar exercises I've done them in the past, right? Where do I want to be? Well, or like where do I want to be in a year from now? Like what would I like to accomplish someday, right? But it is usually more like someday. And when I frame it into like 10 years or 5 years or 3 years or next year, or like New Year's resolutions, right? Then I start, I don't know, kind of like losing clarity, I guess, or like having to narrow down the things makes it, or like yeah, trying to like paint an image, a complete image, like where do I want to be as a 30-year-old person, right? What does 30-year-old me look like? What are they doing? What's going on in their lives, etc. Right? So it's like I don't know. That's what the kind of exercise that I wanted to do in this video. And I guess an overarching theme. Before I go into some of the example topics that I've chosen some example topics that were the first that came to mind. But does it depend on which topic am I talking about? Can I express myself? Cannot express extent, right? For at least 2 of these 10 years, I'm going to be working as a blender here. So for 2 of these 10 years, I will be very deeper in German. I will try to understand more in a topic that I don't know about, for example, biology or whatever, right? Or language itself, right? Or learning about Shakespeare in English. Right? The language is fluent in English. I can express. I'm not perfect in English by any means. I think I can express myself. So, for example, first topic, language. Right now, I'm living in Germany. I mean, not. Maybe it depends on your view, right? And I don't know what my own view is like on those topics. So, for example, first topic, language. Right now, I'm living in Germany. I'm learning German still, right? I don't really would consider myself to know German, even though I have a B2 level technically, right? I still don't consider myself fluent because I don't think I can express myself in German, or maybe French, maybe Italian, it depends, right, on other things. So, or maybe Dutch, for example, right? Some other language, right? Whatever. What would I do? Like, I guess this now links into career, right? It depends, I guess, on some level on my career. Will I want to keep train driving? Will I want to, if I do keep train driving in this same German company, will I stay in the German company but move from train driving to other things? Will I move on, try French or try Italian, right? Try a different language, or like try Russian, whatever not, right? I would probably go either with Japanese or maybe French, maybe Italian, it depends, right, on other things. So, or maybe Dutch, for example, right? Some other language, right? Whatever. What would I do? That, I guess this now links into career, right? It depends, I guess, on some level on my career. Will I want to keep train driving? Will I want to, if I do keep for example, right? Some other things. So, or maybe Dutch, for example, right? Some other language, right? Whatever. What would I do? That, I guess this now links into career, right? It depends, I guess, on some level on my career. Will I want to keep train driving? Will I want to, if I do keep something that also makes me more curious about things, or makes me more motivated to continue. And that's why I don't know. That's like one other page where this kind of go deep slash go broad is kind of confusing me, where I don't really know where to go. Then some things to lose, relationships, right? I've put them in this category, and that's why I don't know. That's like one other page where this kind of go deep slash go broad is kind of confusing me, where I don't really know where to go. Then some things to lose, relationships, right? I've put them in this category because this is actually the place where that made me start to think about this, right? Why am I thinking about what am I going to do 10 years from now or when I'm 40? It's like, yeah, or you can go out and move to another country, try different things. You will still be young when you have done all these things, right? But for example, he's no longer young, or he's no longer that young, I would say. And still, he has nothing to lose, right? He has not, oh yeah, it's like you can try so many different things when you have nothing to lose. So yeah, you go try, and you go out and try things. You go travel, move to a different country, do something different, right? Well, you can take advantage of it, right? And it's like he is in that position because he doesn't have anything to lose, right? So I'm like, okay, do I still want to be in a position in 10 years where I have actually nothing to lose? That would be kind of crazy, right? And it's like, on the one hand, it's kind of liberating to have nothing to lose, but on the other hand, it's like, would I still want to be that person who has nothing to lose?
and that has me thinking, right? And I guess the go deep or go broad thing comes here as well. Right? Here, for example, this train of thought, I guess, conduces me more to thinking about the deepening, right? It's like if you deepen your relationship, you have actually you gain things to lose, right? Which is tough in a sense because you can now lose things, but in another sense, it's like you do have deep relationship. I was thinking about that in those terms now, I guess. And yeah, I don't know. The thing is that I still am in a position where I don't know if I want to deepen or go abroad. But it's like I do know I do want to deepen. But for example, I've listed two different things. For example, partnerships and friendships. I would like a partner or yeah, someone like this or whatever. But well, now we will talk about something that's probably relevant to this. But before that, right, I would like to deepen my connection with a partner, but it's like, how do you even find a partner in the first place? And then my mind goes, okay, you actually have to go abroad. You have to go out there. You have to put yourself out there and meet new people and let the relationships fail if they have to fail. And it's like be invested, but also not be too invested to the point where you will kind of like not put yourself out there anymore, right? And and then when you find someone like that you really actually want to invest in or whatever, then you deepen the connection or something like that. Right? But it's like, so do I want to go deep or go broad, right? That kind of thing. Or like, what's the order? Do I go broad first? Do I go deep with the people that I already know? It's like I don't really know anyone who actually wants to be partnered with me, or vice versa, that I want to be partnered. Well, maybe that could change a little bit, but maybe that could be seen differently. But I guess it's still applies, right? If they don't want to be partnered with me, I really don't really actually want to be partnered with them either. Right? Even though the decision came in the reverse order, I wasn't the decider of that, but it does switch, it does change a little thing. Or friendship. But for example, with friendships, it's different. I do have some friendships. It's like, do I want to deepen them or do I want to go broad and find other friendships as well? And I guess my thinking is kind of both, but the move that I've done to move to another country is actually kind of like more directed towards this kind of going broad and meeting new people and finding other friendships, right? That perhaps will be more accepting of certain things, right? That will be more aligned in some other factors or whatever. Right? And that's, I guess, kind of somewhere that I've I guess, struggled with, or sorry, that I struggled to picture in 10 years, right? I guess maybe I could do some type of imagining exercise, try to do it, and maybe I will try to do one at the end, right? But yeah, I guess those are like some of the things that I mentioned that I want to either deepen or go broad in, and I don't really know which direction to go in. And now I guess one thing that I'm not sure if it fits this bill, maybe it could be seen through this lens of like deepen and go broad. In this sense, in this case, I haven't applied that lens yet to myself. Sorry, to myself as well, because this is like the topic, and that is I guess kind of like the topic of appearance and like how do I want to show up in this world, right? What does 38-year-old me look like? And I guess this is something that I have not talked directly in this channel a lot. So I guess this is kind of, but in this sense, in this case, I haven't applied that lens yet to myself. Sorry, to myself as well, because this is like the topic. And that is, I guess, kind of like the topic of appearance. And like, how do I want to show up in this world, right? What does 38-year-old me look like? And I guess this is something that I have not talked directly in this channel a lot. So I guess this is kind of a coming out, minute 18 of some video on my channel or whatever. But I do struggle with this a lot, and it is something that I don't know. For example, I don't know that using this video as an example, I don't know. In 38, when I'm 38, do I want to be a 38-year-old man, for example? I try to think of this 38-year-old man thing, and I don't know, it's like I feel this sense of repulsion or whatever. I can't see myself in this box, right? But then I think of, for example, the gender box, right? I try to think of myself as a like 38-year-old woman, and it's like it doesn't make any sense, right? And yeah, I try to think of this situation, or like I try to think of appearance, right? How do I want to look like? And it's like I certainly would want to look one way more than the other, right? But how do I? It's like, what does the 38-year-old version of that look like? And it's like that's something feasible, right? And what does the 38-year-old man version of me look like? And what if I take certain steps? Then what does the 38-year-old version of me look like then? And what if I, that kind of sense? In that kind of sense, I can't picture myself in 30, like being 38. And I do in this case, I try to like get references or whatever, right? And archetypes, things like this, right? And I find artists style, like for example, Caroline Polachek comes to mind, that are around this kind of age, 38, 40, or something like this. And I'm like, okay, what are they doing with their lives? What do they look like? How do they show up in the world at this age, right? It's like it's not over. 38, it's like you are still alive and you have years left. In their cases of artists done to do and to experiment, etc. But in my case, it's like, what do I even want to express or whatever, put out there or something like that? And I don't know, it's like I have them as inspiration or whatever, but it's kind of more like not even a goal, right? It's kind of like something I look at with admiration rather than something I look towards as like direction, I guess, right? Because I don't see how it's like I look at it with admiration and kind of a sense of inspiration. For example, it's like, oh, they are still there at that age doing this, but when you look back at their trajectory, it's like they started way earlier, right? For example, resting themselves through art, blah blah blah. So it's like I try to get inspired by these artists, by artists, etc. But sure how it translates to my own life, right? I'm not an artist. So I would say yet, but even without the yet, it's like without the yet, it feels better. Right? I'm not an artist. Right? With the yet, it feels like some kind of challenge or whatever that I'm not sure I will live up to, right? Or that I will attempt even. So it's like I don't know. These are kind of the things that I don't know. And then, for example, I wanted to do some kind of how have we called it, visualization exercise or whatever. I just remember a Dax Flame video where he, well, serious actually, where he kind of visualizes his life and he hires an actress to play his girlfriend, and then they, how have we called it, visualization exercise or whatever, some kind of challenge or whatever that I'm not sure I will live up to, or that I will attempt even. So it's like, I don't know, these are kind of the things that I don't know. And then, for example, I wanted to do some kind of how have we called it, visualization exercise or whatever. I just remember a Dax Flame video where he, well, serious actually, where he kind of visualizes his life and he hires an actress to play his girlfriend, and then they get married to as visualization, and then they have a kid as visualization, and then he dies happy, right? And I thought that was a funny exercise, and but also like actually thought provoking, right? And like something that I thought I actually thought I could apply, like not in a this exaggerated manner that he does of like making videos where he's pretending to achieve those things, but the visualization exercise part really is interesting. And the problem is that he has to read this concrete vision, right? By making it a video of it, it's really a concrete vision. But I have the opposite problem, right? I'm just talking about it, and I can't find a concrete solution to the problem that, or not even a concrete, not even solution, but north star that I want to go towards. Right? For example, going back to front from this appearance angle, I do have like some north stars, and I do know like some 40-year-old people that like to look like or like come across as whatever. I just don't know if I can achieve that personally with the obvious reason that for obvious reason, and or sound like it's just like hearing my own voice of reminds me. And yeah, and aside from that, from the other topics on work, right? Well, then relationship, for example, this ties into this as well, right? It's like how do I see myself, like who do I see myself with in 10 years? Like if I don't even know what I look myself look like in 10 years, or like how close to the North Star I will have arrived, then how am I even going to know who am I going to be with in 10 years? Like how am I going to even attempt to visualize that, right? It's like what can I even visualize about that in 10 years? Or if I don't even know what I will be doing, right? For work or for money, or if I will even have money or whatever, right? Or language, right? If I don't even know what language I will be trying to speak, or like in what country where I will be located in order to try to do these things, right? In order to express myself, in order to communicate with others, right? In what language am I going to be trying to communicate with others and to understand their culture, etc.? Who am I going to connect? Who am I going to be able to meet on the day-to-day? These kind of things, right? Are many incognitas. That I don't know how I will. Sorry about the train. Yeah, these are many incognitas that I don't really know what. Like, yeah, that stop me from being able to visualize it, right? And yeah, maybe I can attempt to visualize something, but like, how far along could I be at age 38 among my stated dreams? Will I even want to pursue these stated dreams? For example, I thought about my car museum, right? Will I even want to have a car museum in 10 years? It's like, will I be setting the first stones to move that project in motion? Will I have given up on that dream? Will I be somewhat far along of that? What do I require for that? Probably automotive connections in the automotive industry, or like in some knowledge of like buying and selling cars, or like where will it even be based? Where will the museum be located? I would need then knowledge in that language and knowledge in that country's legal system in order to set up companies and set up museums, foundations, etc. Right? And yeah, I guess people to know at least in those realms. I don't know them myself. Or for example, if I want to record videos about cars in different places, it's like, okay, whose cars am I recording? Who's lending me them? Am I renting? Am I attending events? If my goal is not just to do videos of single cars, but more current scenes, automotive scenes, like cultural cars, stories related to cars. Also bigger picture things like manufacturing, and like I guess a bigger picture vibe on the country itself, right? Or on a place. Like what are they about in cars? For example, it's very different to be into cars in Germany than being into cars maybe in Thailand or in Japan or in blah, or maybe even within the country itself there are like different groups, or like there are groups that overlap each other, and groups that have very knitted connections, or groups that are like more spread out. There are like many different considerations if I'm making videos like that. Where do I want to be in that sense if I'm doing that, or like if I'm just like how I'm financing that? Am I financing this with a train driver job? Am I financing this with some other driving job? Am I financing this with licenses? Or am I going to be like, okay, fuck all this interacting with people thing? I'm going to go focus on just me for these 10 years, right? And in 10 years from now, I will just have focused on myself and not have actually ventured outside, but I will have some foundation. I will feel like I have a foundation, or will I even not even feel the condition. So I'm like thinking of so many of these things, and I don't really know like where I'm going in any of this. I guess not sure if to end, but to sum up these visualizations, it's just I don't know. It's just too difficult for me to try to sum up these visualizations. I guess I would try, but I guess leaving off it the whole as appearance thing of it all. One way I could see it, like one vibe, for example, is like more focused on myself. I think that's before, right? So in that more focused on myself thing, I've gone broad on the licenses thing or something like this. Right? I've tried many different things on the licensing thing. I've achieved some as a kind of side project after work, for example. I've got a motorcycle license. I've got maybe a boating license in some vacation, maybe some other kind of license, and I guess I have attempted different things as kind of more of a hobby than anything, or maybe attempted a plane license or in 10 years, and now what am I? At 38, just have actually ventured outside, but I will have some foundation. I will feel like I have the foundation, or will I even not even feel like I have the foundation? So I'm like thinking of so many of these things, and I don't really know like where I'm going in any of this. I guess not sure if to end, but to sum up these visualizations, it's just I don't know. It's just too difficult for me to try to sum up these visualizations. I guess I would try, but I guess leaving off it the whole as appearance thing of it all. One way I could see it, like one vibe, for example, is like more focused on myself. The thing I've talked before, right? So in that more focused on myself thing, I've gone broad on the licenses thing or something like this. Right? I've tried many different things on the licenses thing. I've achieved some as a kind of side project after work, for example. I've got a motorcycle license. I've got maybe a boating license in some vacation, maybe some other kind of license, and I guess I have attempted different things as kind of more of a hobby than anything, or maybe even attempted a plane license or in 10 years, and now what am I? A 38-year-old person with a lot of licenses, but who just has a single job using one of them, right? Because it's like having all of these licenses doesn't really give you any leg up in career-wise anything, right? It's just like a personal thing that I would have done because I like it, right? And because I wanted to try it out, and just that's it, right? It doesn't, I guess it would enrich me personally in just some selfish way, but wouldn't make me, I guess, more valuable to the world in any sense or anything like this, right? Maybe only in unexpected ways, right? Maybe I would have tried to share it in some way in my YouTube channel or whatever, but I don't know, before, for example, before sharing the things, I feel like I'm just sharing in YouTube right now, and it's not sure if it's altruistic because I'm doing it and no one is watching, or if it's like selfish because I'm just talking about myself, or if it's because I lack people that I feel like I can share these things with, where I feel like I can be open about these things. I mean, even in this channel, I haven't talked about, I guess, this difficult thing since ever, right? And it's kind of the place where I've talked about most already about many other things. But yeah, I guess that is one way the visualization could go, right? Just something more open, less more than open. I guess it's like open-ended, but like broad. I guess that's what I mean. It's something broad, but coming out of selfish reasons, right? It's like out of selfish reasons or out of self-centered rather than selfish, maybe self-centered reasons, out of focusing inwards. I've attempted on these different things, tried these different things out, and maybe try to share a little bit about that, and not gotten very far about it because it's like they are kind of scattered things and no one gives a fuck about it. So yeah, I guess that's one thing it could have gone, right? And then another way it could have gone is like I just deepen, but since the things I'm deepening in is like just driving trains and I don't know much else. I guess German language, right? It's like maybe I don't know. It doesn't feel like too outward related either, right? It's like I'm not finding. I think maybe it's like maybe a combination of something, maybe going deep in the German language and in the job, and also trying out different licenses, and the combination somehow it's like cool. I don't know, sorry for picking up this visualization exercise. I simply don't know how to continue. So I guess an end valuable to the world in any sense or anything like this, right? Maybe only in unexpected ways. Right? Maybe I would have tried to share it in some way in my YouTube channel or whatever, but I don't know. Before, for example, before sharing the things, I feel like I'm just sharing in YouTube right now, and it's not sure if it's altruistic because I'm doing it and no one is watching, or if it's like selfish because I'm just talking about myself, or if it's because I lack people that I feel like I can share these things with, and where I feel like I can be open about these things. I mean, even in this channel, I haven't talked about, I guess, this difficult thing since ever, right? And it's kind of the place where I've talked about most already about many of the things. But okay, I guess that is one way the visualization would go, right? Just something more open, less more than open. I guess it's like open-ended, but like broad. I guess that's what I mean. It's something broad, but the car, just if it's good, right? Yeah, yes, that way is one way the visualization could go, right? Just something more open, more sort of less more than open. I guess it's like open ended, but like broad. I guess that's what I meant. Like something broad, but coming out of selfish reasons. Right? It's like out of selfish reasons or out of self-centered rather than selfish, maybe self-centered reasons, out of focusing inwards. I've attempted kind of these different things, tried these different things out, and maybe try to share a little bit about that, and not gotten very far about it because it's like they are kind of scattered things and no one gives a fuck about it. So yeah, I guess that's one thing it could have gone. And then another way it could have gone, it's like I just deepen, but since the things I'm deepening in is like just driving trains and I don't know much else. I guess German language, right? It's like maybe I don't know. It doesn't feel like too outward related either. Right? I'm not finding. I think maybe it's like it can be the combination of something. Maybe going deep in the German language and in the job, and also trying out different licenses and the combination somehow. It's like cool. I don't know, sorry for taking up this visualization exercise. I simply don't know how to continue. So I guess I'm ending the video now. I'll sum up. I don't know where I want to be when I'm 38 years old. It's like, what do I even want to be? Right? It's like that's the problem. I titled the video where do I want to be in 10 years, but I guess it has a question mark because I don't know. That's the problem. And 30 minutes, 33 minutes, 20 seconds is not enough for me to figure it out. So yeah, that's the conclusion. Thank you for watching. If you got here until the end, you got a little confession. So oops. And yeah, hope in this video no one actually
Uh, where do I want to go? Where do I want to be in 10 years? So this video is essentially this: where do I want to be in 10 years? And I think this is an interesting exercise that I like to do. I've done similar exercises, although not exactly the same, but yeah, I try to like to think about these kind of exercises of where do I want to do next year, New Year's resolutions, where do I want to be in 5 years, or things like that. And although I don't always do this concrete of like where do I want to be in 10 years, and I tend to do kind of more nebulous things of like either more short term things like New Year's resolutions, or like more open ended things like, oh, what would I like to, some things that I want, right? In general, things that I want. In this case, I wanted to do something like in between, right? Where do I want to be in 10 years? And I will go over later on why now did I have the idea to do this, what actually sparked this. But yeah, in general, it's an exercise I like to do, right? And within trying to do this exercise, I've written a little bit, I've done another attempt of this video. And yeah, I guess I came up with an overarching theme, which is kind of deepen or go broad, right? And this is like where my doubts are, because the thing that I've realized is that I don't actually really know a concrete position where I want to be in 10 years. I guess that's the problem. I've got some categories and that I've thought of examples where that I was kind of that are kind of relevant to my present right now, and that I have thought a little bit about, and that where this kind of dichotomy shows up. And yeah, I guess I wanted to mention them, and then maybe try to do some visualization or something like this to actually see where do I want to be in 10 years, and to see, like, even though if it's not a concrete vision, at least to see where I want to be in 10 years, or like what would I like to accomplish, what would I like things to look like in 10 years. Also maybe guided on what I would not like them to look like, right? So yeah, let's start, I guess, with these random topics that I thought of. And the first topic was language. Why? Because I'm here in Germany, I'm learning to drive trains, I'm learning German, I have to perfect it, I guess. I'm not working very hard at it, to be honest, and I'm not working very hard at learning this kind of train driving thing, but it is, I guess, what I'm paid for to do full time, to learn this train driving thing. But here is one example where this dichotomy shows up, this kind of deepen or go broad dichotomy. I don't know in 10 years whether I want to be more 100% into German still in 10 years from now, right? I know that I'm going to be deepening my German for at least 2 years, right? But I mean, after that, will I be even going deeper into German because I will be here still in Germany and trying to perfect my language, blah, 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 and it will be useful and the environment will be conducive to it, etc.? Or in contrast, will I have preferred to go to some other location and prefer to go broad? Where do I want to be in 10 years? Or when I'm 40 years old, where do I want to be? In this case, it's going to be where do I want to be in 10 years, so I'm going to be saying 38, and I'm going to save the 40-year-olds number to 2 years from now when I'm 30. But yeah, I guess I like to do these kind of exercises of thinking like, where will I be in like X point, or what will I be what do I want in general. But I think this kind of where do I want to be in 10 years or when I'm 40 is kind of a good exercise to do. That's a little bit long term and linguistic, like focused in the long term, versus, for example, a New Year's resolutions video, which is kind of a concrete example but short term, and also more concrete, for example, than what things do I want in general, or what do I want in life, or what are my goals, or what are some things that I like that I've done a lot of times, but that are kind of vague and that they don't have like a time horizon, right? It's kind of an interesting middle ground of those things, and I thought it was a good exercise. I have some reasons that I'm doing this exercise right now, like some thoughts were sparked by a situation that I will mention in this video, in like point 3. You can see it in the description, but yeah, essentially, I wanted to do this exercise, and I've thought of, after reviewing it and after trying this exercise for like one time and recording it, and like now I want to do take 2, I have thought of one way, or like one of overarching theme, right? And this is kind of the deepen or go broad thing that I've mentioned in the title. And yeah, I guess one topic one indecision factor that I don't really know, and that I guess makes this video kind of hard for me, is that I don't really know where do I want to be in 10 years, right? That's why there is a question mark, and why I've done this second attempt. But yeah, it's because of this dichotomy. I don't know whether I want to go deep on some topics or whether I want to go broad on some topics, right? And people say that this is a good, like people say that both things are good, right? When you're young, you should go deep into some subject, and you will reap the rewards because of that, compounded, right? Or, you're still young, you can afford to go broad, and even though you have tried many things, you will have come out better out of it, and still young enough to like keep going deep, like maybe go deep in that yet, right? So I guess I don't really know where I'm at right now. I'm still young enough to go broad on something, or is it time to choose and go deep right now, or is it now a good time to still to get to compounding, or is it over and is it time to try everything that I can just in case I have luck or whatever, right? I'm still in this dichotomy, and it shows up, I've noticed, in many of these places, right? I guess my indecision in many of these topics that I've found, so for the moment 3, are because of this deepen or go broad approach. And yeah, I guess I could start with this first topic, and yeah, because later I will do visualizations, and after the 3 topics that I'm going to talk about, then a 4th extra topic and the visualization thing. I will do some visualizations of like trying to go at like, okay, where do I actually want to be in 10 years, even though I don't have a concrete vision. Let's try to at least visualize a little bit what things do I want, what things do I not want. But yeah, before that, I guess I do want to get into the topics. So yeah, first, where do I want to be in 10 years, or when I'm 40, where do I want to be? In this case, I'm going to leave it at 10 years, okay, aka where do I want to be when I'm 38 years old, because I'm going to leave this kind of 40-year-old thing for when I'm 30. But yeah, I guess I wanted to do this kind of exercise because I've made these different types of exercises of like thinking about the future and trying to see what things do I want, what New Year resolutions do I want to do, right? These kind of exercises. And I think this is a good concrete example that is more concrete than, for example, what things do I want in general, but it's also like long-term enough that it can go with imagination, etc., compared to a New Year's resolutions that have to be way more concrete, right? And you can dream less, you could say. So yeah, I wanted to attempt this, and I guess I've attempted this a couple of times. I've recorded a couple of attempts, and yeah, in these attempts and in these writings and etc., I've noticed one overarching theme, and this theme is kind of either deepen or go broad, right? So where do I want to be in 10 years, or when I'm 40, where do I want to be? And I guess I'm going to keep it as like, where do I want to be when I'm 38, and I'm going to leave the 40 years old for when I'm 30. But I guess I wanted to do a kind of exercise like this that is kind of more explanatory than something like New Year's resolutions, right? Something more that allows me to dream a little bit more, but still more concrete than things that I've done. Sorry, things that I want video that I've done already. I've done both of those kind of videos. I think this video is on the style of this kind of videos that I tend to make, but a little bit more both concrete and dream-like than some other alternatives. So I wanted to do some kind of attempt like this. It has also another reason that for which I want to make it, that you can check in the description if you want to skip right to that. But yeah, it will come up in the video and you will see why I'm actually making this video right now. But yeah, so far I think I'm going to maybe introduce a little bit. I've noticed a little bit of an overarching theme, so I'm going to talk about that first, but then I'm going to introduce the actual topics. Like there are like 3 or 4 topics that I want to talk about where this overarching theme applies, then like one topic where it doesn't apply, and then I'm going to do some visualizations. I'm going to try to, even though I don't have a concrete vision, I will go more I will talk more about why I don't have a concrete vision on this first explanation, but then I will try still to visualize some things that I do like about some things that I would like to be happening in when I'm 38 years old, I guess, or like try to put myself in that situation and be like, okay, this is what I actually want to be doing at this point in time. So yeah, I guess first let's go with this overarching thing that I found. I've tried to do this video a couple of times. I've recorded a couple of attempts and uploaded one, and written a couple of documents, I guess a couple of bullet points, and in these bullet points, I guess revising them, this thing came out of like deepen or go broad. This dichotomy, I guess, is why I'm not really clear on these visualizations that I'm going to do at the end. I don't have like a concrete goal that I'm like, okay, I definitely want to be this person when I'm 38, right? It's not that clear for me. I can't see it that clearly for reasons that will come up in the video. But at least for several topics, one of these, like the reason why is because I don't know whether I want to deepen or whether I want to go broad. There is this thing that is like that people say like, oh, you should go deeper when you're young. When you're young, you can compound better. Alex Hormozy, for example, says this. You can, if you build a company, grind hard building a company in your 20s, then you will have your 30s a very solid base, blah, 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 and the compound effects will be super great, right? Alex Hormozy says that. I think probably Gary Vee says, and then, for example, Gary Vee says a little bit something different, right? He says something like, okay, if you don't go hard at, well, you always have to go hard. You always have to grind. But if you don't go grind at going at something concrete, you could grind at trying new things, right? You can afford still to lose, right? You can afford to lose many times because you're still young, and then maybe you can go find that thing that you want to go deep at. Or maybe the broadness or something you can, or for example, Dan Koe says this, Dan Koe says this, he says something like, okay, you can bring a lot of topics together in your unique way, and that is like the thing that is actually deep, right? You can be a generalist in that sense, right? So yeah, I guess I don't really know where do I land in these things, and maybe one could say, okay, it depends on the topic, and maybe we'll explore these topics and see something. But But yeah, essentially, I guess I found that in many of these topics, the question for me it's still open, right? I don't really know whether the best idea would be to deepen or to go broad, or maybe it's a combination of both things actually, and life isn't that simple, or whatever, right? I don't know. So yeah, maybe I can go into the each topic to, I guess, give an example of what do I mean by deep or go broad in each situation, you could say. So, for example, the first topic that came to mind is language. I'm in Germany. I'm learning German, I guess, kind of not super actively, to be honest. I could be doing a lot more, certainly. And I'm learning this train driving thing. In German. And yeah, I guess I'm going to be doing this for 2 years at least. 1 year because I have to actually get my license, and then like work for 1 or 2 years after that, so maybe even 3 years I will have to be actually doing this. But yeah, I guess I don't know to the extent to which after that I will still want to keep deepening my German, right? Versus maybe try something different and like move and try to some other career move, or try some other thing that maybe it's not considered career or whatever, but I don't know. And try to go broad and learn some other language, for example, Japanese. Maybe in my list it will probably be kind of Japanese first, or maybe depending on circumstance or like possibility, like Italian, French, some other European language that kind of could be considered easy, but that is something different, and that if some opportunity comes by related to that, right, for example, that is related to some other goal. And yeah, I guess, for example, deepening my German would mean like understanding more cultural references, or like being able to understand more context, more books, more movies, or having conversations about people like that, about topics like this, right? I'm currently not super fluent in German, and I obviously would like to get better to a certain point, but maybe once I spend these 3 years, right, I become that kind of person who is like, okay, I'm tired of Germany and the Germans. I don't want to actually deepen my understanding of them. I feel like I have enough. I want to move on to some country that maybe I like better, right? I see some of these kind of people. You get this vibe from some people. From some others, you don't get this vibe, right? But from some, you get this vibe, and yeah, I don't know. Maybe I will become some kind of that one of those people. So I don't know. It's something I think about whether that will happen to me or not. And yeah, I guess how do I get not plan my life, but like where will I want to where will I be when I'm 38 in these different scenarios, right? Then I guess this also kind of depends, maybe perhaps, on career, right? Maybe if I'm currently learning to drive trains, and I will eventually be driving trains at least for a couple of years. 1 or 2 years I will be driving trains, right? So maybe I don't like that. Maybe I don't like either the company, or maybe I don't like the people, or maybe I don't like, even though you don't understand, you don't interact with other people. Maybe I don't like the time. Simply, I don't like the structure of the time, the timing. Maybe I don't like the environment or the job itself. It becomes boring. Who knows, right? So yeah, it's like then I will try to attempt some other thing, and here again the deepen versus go broad thing also comes to mind, right? Maybe I actually like it so much that I want to go deep, right? I want to become one of these experienced train drivers who has driven trains for 20 years, right? So I do at the 10-year mark from now, I will have like 8 years of experience driving trains, and I want to keep having more. Maybe I'm one of those people. But maybe I want to keep driving trains, but I don't like the company, so maybe I want to move companies. But on the other hand, maybe I become the kind of person who actually wants to keep climbing the career ladder in this company, or like who wants to keep being in this company because it has treated me well, right? So do I deepen or do I go broad, right? And if I go broad, maybe it's like I've gotten bored of train driving. I want to try some other thing. I want to try to be a pilot, or I want to try to get a truck driving license, or I become disillusioned with this licenses project, or I leave it that as a hobby and want to pursue something that brings more money to for example pay for a pilot license without having to have that as a career. For example, I don't know, I try to go into software, or try to go into engineering again, or I want like cars once again. I'll become intelligent about cars and try to go into that, right? Who knows, right? So yeah, I guess it depends a lot also on that. Or maybe I want to move countries and the opportunity that hits a couple of these points comes available in Japan, for example. I want to go to Japan and the people in engineering need someone, or the people who have train driving experience are needed, and I use the opportunity to move there, for example. Right? It depends. So I don't really know where I'll be at that point, whether I will want to go deep or whether I want to go, I guess, broad, right? I don't know, my hunch is that I would like, I like variety, so I would like some variety, but I don't know if it will be in career or it will be in on the side, etc. Right? Then, I guess the third thing where this deepen or go broad consideration comes to mind is actually the reason why I'm making this video right now, and I've called this things to lose or relationships category, and basically relationships, right? It's like why do I called it things to lose, right? And it's like, I guess things to lose could also be a career. You can also lose a career, but I was thinking it more in terms of relationships. For example, there is this friend who they've kicked out of the course, of the train driving course, and because he didn't have the enough performance, you could say, right? His marks were bad, so he got kicked out. He got like gekündigt, I guess you could say. He got a Kundigung, and yeah, he's 40. Basically, he's 39. I think turning 40 already, or he's turning 40, and he's turning 40 in January, I guess. So that got me thinking. It's like, where do I want to be when I'm 40? Do I want to be where he is at? And I guess the main thing I was thinking at, right? It's like, I don't know. I obviously am a person, right? So I make judgments, etc. And if I were to judge like this very, very quickly, I would say like he's a loser or something like this, right? Like he's certainly not someone who has kept one repeatedly, right? I don't really like to refer to other people like that, but I've done it to myself. I've called myself a loser, right? So I don't know. I also don't mean it in a super offensive way, but it's like, to be in his position at that age, it's something that I consider kind of being a loser, right? So I guess maybe more reframing that, it's like more than being a loser per se or something like this, or using like some kind of negative thing like that. It's more like he still doesn't have anything to lose, right? And in that case, I was thinking mainly in like relationships, right? It's like he doesn't seem to have like relationships to lose, or like deep friendships that kept him from moving to Germany and that don't keep him from moving back to Spain, etc. Right? So it's like, do I want to be in that position when I'm 38? And it's like, damn, I guess I don't, right? It's like, I'm not sure if it's good to take decisions or to like plan your life in order of like what you don't want to be doing, but I don't know, it certainly has made me think of this, right? So it is making me think of like, okay, in terms of, for example, partnerships or in terms of friendships, it's like, do I want to go deeper? Do I want to go broad? And it's like, I certainly want to avoid not having anything to lose, right? So I certainly want to deepen the friendship that I have, but also I do want some other friendships that are perhaps more accepting or perhaps more aligned with some of the goals that I have, for example, right? Some of these goals of like trying new things, etc. And certainly, if I were to have a partnership, I would like someone who also is at least open, right, to this. Someone who tries new things and who likes to, not in the relationship itself, rather in like environment or whatever. Right? But I would like to meet someone deeply, like to commit to someone and to be committed. Certainly, I guess, right? That is, or to have found someone like that. That would be great, I guess. So I think having someone to lose like that would actually be a positive, right? Instead of like being for example, being in a position of like being 38 and having nothing to lose is a positive in a sense. It allows you to execute or whatever, but I don't know, seeing that example live, it hasn't brought me a lot of, I don't know, a lot of wish to be in that position, you could say, right? Or a lot of admiration of someone in that position. In fact, the opposite, right? It has brought me a little bit of like, ooh, it's a situation I would want to avoid to be in, right? So yeah, I guess that is one place where the deepen, but yeah, I guess the deepen or go broad is also related because it also shows me my indecision towards that. And perhaps, I'm not sure if they are related, right? But perhaps it's a little bit of a triangle thing, right? In the one hand, I want to avoid being in a no place, in a nothing to lose situation. I know that deepening is how you achieve this kind of thing of like not wanting to lose someone, right? It's like you only achieve that by deepening connections rather than going broad. But also, in order to meet people, you don't need those kind of people. You actually need to meet people. So you need to go a little bit broad, at least in some sense, right? For the partnerships at the minimum, but also for the friendships and for like finding community and that kind of thing, right? So I guess a mix of both, at least it's needed, right? But maybe thinking at a certain point, it's like, at that point, I would like to have something deeper or something. Right? I don't know. This is what I was thinking about, I guess, regarding these topics of like relationships and such, and things to lose, I guess. And yeah, I guess then there is a fourth topic here that I've written that is not exactly that doesn't exactly fit in this kind of deepen or go broad situation, right? Here it's not, I couldn't put it inside of this do I want to go deep or go broad in, because it's not a category that is fitting to this, but it is something that is really making me these visualization exercises that I'm going to talk about afterwards really difficult, I guess, right? It's like it's the topic of appearance in this case, right? And maybe this is a weird moment, like minute 17 of a random video on YouTube, little coming out moment, but it is something that I have struggled. I have at least hinted at it in many of my streams for sure, some of my videos probably, but yeah, I don't really, using the example from this video, I don't really see myself as a 38-year-old man, right? It's like, how am I looking? What's my appearance like as a 38-year-old man? And I don't know, I'm really struggling with that, and it's not certainly something new that I've struggled with this recently. I mean, I guess it depends how you define new, but yeah, it's not something that has originated this year, right? I've been struggling with this a lot, and yeah, in concrete, like to be more concrete, the gender box in particular, right? I don't really see myself as a 38-year-old man, right? The problem is that I also don't see the path to a successful 30-year-old woman, and even saying it out loud, it just sounds kind of insane. So even though I know there exists like community, blah 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 blah, blah and people who have done that, etc., but yeah, it's still something I cannot visualize, right? And I guess there are things that do help me visualize things like that. And for example, it's like something of an artist archetype. I do look up to many artists who are, and I have compiled a little list, right? Well, not compiled, I've just checked some ages of artists that I admire and how old they are. And I don't know, yeah, I have seen people who are like 38-year-olds, 40-year-olds, 40 years old, etc., who are still doing art, expressing themselves, putting themselves, like sharing parts of themselves out there, etc. And yeah, looking good, I guess you could say also, right? Not just about, I guess it's partly a superficial thing also, but also partly something like expressing themselves through aesthetics and like beauty and all that I do like, right? And that I do feel like I lack and that I would like to achieve. I don't know, it sounds weird said that way, but yeah, I guess it's something that I struggle with in a sense, and that really blocks me from doing these visualizations, and that makes kind of these exercises difficult. So yeah, I certainly know more, like if I have to choose between one direction and the other, I certainly know which direction repulses me and which direction I'm afraid of. Different, like I know the difference between that, right? One is like more fear of not achieving, and the other one is more fear of achieving, right? But still, it doesn't mean, I don't know, it still doesn't make the decision process or like the visualization or anything like that clear, right? That just because one thing I hate and one thing I fear doesn't mean that it's easy to choose the path that I fear just because I fear it instead of hate it, right? Because I don't know, it's like maybe hate reducing measures are more effective than not achieving the thing that you fear, for example, right? So it's difficult, right? It's a difficult position to be in and to visualize, particularly. So yeah, then I guess we could go into the visualizations. I've mentioned why I've had a hard time visualizing everything in this place. So, and in the first attempt of this video, I actually rambled a lot on and didn't really visualize a lot, and more like complained why I can't visualize anything than actually visualize. So here now I want to at least give some vibes that I would like to achieve, right? And I guess the first vibe that is not sure if titling the video, but that is the reason why I've made the video, is like I would certainly like to have some things to lose, right? I guess when I'm 38, I would like to have accomplished this. I would like to have some people to lose, right? I would like to not things, right? I don't mean things as in like material objects. I'm not sure if I'm 38, I'm thinking of 38-year-old myself and thinking, oh, I wish I had this car to lose or this house to lose or something like that. I don't necessarily think of it that way, or like I wish I had all this investment money to lose. I mean, I certainly hope I'm going to go good enough financial position, but I guess I don't care about that much about the specifics and more about the people, right? I would like to be in a position that I feel like I have people to lose, right? I feel like I'm in a position where I'm connected to some people that I like, right? And that I actually fear losing them in a healthy way, right? Obviously. But like, yeah, I don't know. And I guess, I don't know, maybe it sounds, this is something I have just thought about it, right? But for example, right now, I'm not in that position with friendships, for example, right? I'm not in a mind state. It's my fault. I would say, well, I guess it's hard to put all the weight on myself, but there is a big part of fault in how I handle my friendships or whatever, in the sense that, yeah, it is tough to think that right now I don't have that fear of losing someone, or that it's like when I think of, it's like there is a part of relief and a part of fear of it, right? It's like there is certainly fear. I do. It's like let me reward. I do fear actually losing family, losing relationship, losing all this, right? But also I feel like on the other hand, it would be a sense of. I also feel like it would be a sense of liberation in a sense, right? It would free up things, right? It would bring opportunities, etc., right? And I guess it sounds like a good mindset to have in a sense, but I feel like it's not, right? I feel like when you have like good relationships and when you're like satisfied of the relationships that you currently have, you have more fear of losing them than relief of losing them, you know. And I feel like having a sense of relief after that is bad. So yeah, I guess I would like to be in a position where I no longer feel that way, right? So in my case, I don't think of it as like actually being relieved of losing those relationships, rather the dynamic of the relationship or whatever, or the things that are holding me back from feeling like this relief, etc., changing. I guess that is more the kind of state where I would like to be in, right? I would like to be in a position where I'm actually like cool with who I am, and cool with where I actually feel like I am supported by the people I'm with, and close enough, even though if not close in the distance, like where I'm happy to happy to think of prospects where I'm seeing them and showing up as myself, and of updating them on my plans, etc., etc., right? These kind of things. And yeah, I guess that is one thing. And for example, I've also noted here something like artist vibe also, right? Perhaps I've talked about the things that I already have. How could I improve them in order to be in a position, in order for them to be in a position that I would like to be in 10 years, right? In 10 years, I would like the relationship that I have, at least, or like the ones that get kept, to be like ones where I actually feel supported and feel like I can show up as 100% of myself, or like at least a greater percentage than what I'm showing up right now, or something like this, right? I don't know. But yeah, because of what I mentioned before, of appearance, for example, if I don't know even what I'm going to look like, where I'm going to be, what language am I going to speak, or what language am I going to be trying to be getting better at communicating at, or what kind of things I'm going to be on the side, or as a main thing, etc. It's like what am I going to look like even? So it's hard for me to visualize who am I going to be with, or for example, something like this, right? Who am I going to be with at age 38? But I guess this kind of artist vibe comes to mind. Not sure if I want someone who's an artist or whatever, but for example, I thought of this example of Charlie XCX. She's actually younger than that. She's 33 right now, but she just got married, right? And the guy she got married with, I'm not exactly sure who he is. I think he's called George Michael or something like this. But if I recall correctly, let me just check quickly. But he's not super famous. He's some kind of producer, right? Yeah, he's a drummer of a band. So it's like, I guess he is somewhat successful and something like that, but he's kind of a low-key celebrity, right? So it's more like someone who's like a big star and has like this will to share very deeply personal things, right? Is with someone who is, I initially thought he was a producer or something like that, right? But yeah, he's not a producer, he's rather a drummer. But yeah, it's kind of, the vibe is similar, right? He's someone in the world, he's someone who's artistic, who's like artistic oriented, etc., but who's more low key, right? He's like a notch under her in terms of like, I don't know, outwards thing, right? So I think I would perhaps like some kind of to be in a dynamic like that, right? Perhaps I'm showing up artistically in the world. I mean, maybe it sounds retarded or something, but yeah, I would perhaps when I'm 38, I would like to be like, for example, I think of Caroline Polachek right now. She's around 38, if I recall correctly, and 39, I think, and she's still showing up in the world, creating art projects, being bold, showing her creating concepts and going through them and like connecting with artists younger than her and older than her, and but being in this world, kind of building these things, right? And in the same way, Charlie XCX, she's in this world. She's been a lot of time in this world. She's been creating new things, and her moment came now, and now she got married, etc., to this person who is also in the world, but with a little bit lower of, I guess, of attention on him, right? So I guess that's kind of the vibe I would like to perhaps to be in this kind of, to be showing up myself kind of in this artist vibe, and to be with someone who gets it, but who perhaps is a little bit more low-key about it or whatever, right? Or I don't know, maybe it's vice versa. Maybe I would be the low-key person and I would like to be with someone who is like that. But I would like to be in this kind of vibe, right? In this kind of artist vibe. So kind of, I don't know, I'm using the word artist, but I kind of mean more expressiveness or something like that. I don't know. More that I'm doing right now. Right now, I would say that I'm expressing things somewhat randomly sometimes on YouTube, for example, making my videos, my video diaries, I guess, talking, just straight up kind of text on moving video, but improvised text on moving video. Perhaps I would like to move up on the things that I'm creating in that realm, and perhaps I guess this, it depends on like where my career goes. For example, if my career goes, if I'm going to be a train driver, perhaps I don't want to be like super high key artist, but perhaps I do actually want to, in my free time, be making videos about cars, about these kind of things, right? I don't exactly know what I want to be making videos of, right? But I guess I would like to be more expressive in that sense, right? I would like to get my expressiveness up. I would certainly like to, when I'm 30, by the time I'm 38, I either kind of gotten my expressiveness out of me and became more low-key, but still in that kind of artist sphere, I guess, not literally an artist sphere, but kind of in this kind of having gone after that step of like expressing oneself and like showing up and creating something outside of you, I guess, and like letting it live out there and be judged, etc. Either gotten past that and having that behind me, or still actually actively involved in that. And for my relationships, at least some of like mainly a deep relationship, like if I'm with someone like that, right? Or I guess more and if possible as well, aside from the relationship that I'm actually showing up, that I have all kept, that I'm actually showing up with those considerations, right? After that step has been taken, after I'm showing, after I've shown myself like that, and after I've created what I have to create, or my videos, or my I don't know, I think of music sometimes as well. That's less clear and it's like more steps away. But after creating my videos, or like after executing some kind of vision like that, the people who have remained after that also some like have connected with some others who are like actually more involved in this kind of vision, or who have similar visions of their own, with whom, you know, to keep connecting like that. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting at. And I guess that's the visualization that I'm doing, right? When I'm 38, I want to be showing up as more expressive, as more creative, as more like that, right? And that appearance is important for me, like that, right? Style is important for me in that sense. It's a part of it. It's certainly a part of it, and it's certainly a part of it if I'm not doing it, right? If I'm not showing up of myself in this way, then all of the other parts I could be showing up as myself, get cut, right? And that feels awful. And yeah, and also I keep myself from meeting people like this. Also, if I'm not doing it, right? That's, I guess, why this last topic was like a big blocker and kept me from kind of imagining wider. Because if I can't see myself like this, it's like I can't see myself, like I can't see the other people who would be in that vibe, right? It's because, for example, it's different to be like 39-year-old Caroline Poralchek with 10 years behind your back or more of like perhaps 20, right? If 39, perhaps I think she's been doing actually since 16, perhaps 25 years of like writing music and being part of different bands and like traveling, etc., and like being involved in these kind of things from the grassroots until like commercial success, like now and like a couple of years ago, right? And it's hard for this different from to be in that position versus to be like some new person who's been like 39 and is like now attempting to do it, right? That's why it's different. It's difficult to imagine like how like the kind of artist you can be connected with, right? It's like the kind of people who is on your actual wave, on the path that you are on this kind of artist wave, but at the level that you are trying to be, right? That kind of thing. And yeah, I guess regarding career also, it's like it comes down to, will I be at a point like with so many incognitas, it's difficult to be like, okay, is my career going to be supporting this kind of thing as a side gig? Is it going to be supporting this? But it has to be like a career that's open enough to support like the first changes, but also stable enough to bring money to blah blah, right? Or am I going to have to switch careers entirely, or like, am I going to have only saved money to prepare for the downfall or whatever, like, to prepare for the switch? It's continue like, so it's hard to plan or to visualize what can happen. So it's hard to visualize concretely at 38 years old, where am I at, right? That's, I guess, the problem. So I guess, I don't know, it's hard to visualize, for example, a day in my life at 38. Am I going to be waking up, going to work, to drive trains, and then closing, and then, I don't know, writing to some people that are in this kind of music business, well, so not music or whatever, I don't know, I'm using music as an example, but yeah, then kind of writing a little bit of a script in a pause of my next video, or am I going to be actually traveling, for example, from one place, or like just writing or like connecting with some people, planning a trip that I'm going to do in my off days, and then in that trip I actually record and edit or whatever. Or am I going to have switched careers? And for example, I'm now a pilot, and I'm recording it with like the glasses on my thing, and that's enough to be like, not enough, but that day to day is the thing that I'm recording, and that is the focus. Or am I going to have a museum? Like, how far along am I going to be in this kind of car museum process when I'm 38? I have no clue, right? I don't even know in which country. But would I like to, a part of my day when I'm 38, to be that? Would I like to be my whole day? I certainly would like to be with someone who is like on board with it, right? And I would certainly like to have someone to lose regarding that, but also who I don't lose them because of that, right? I don't know. It's hard to visualize, as I've mentioned, but yeah. I guess I could try to do a couple of examples, right? For example, one example where I go broad, right? Maybe I've gone broad. Picture this: I'm 33. I've gotten tired of driving planes. I'm 33 is actually 5 years, right? So maybe let's say I'm 32, 31. I'm 31. I've gotten tired of driving trains in Germany, and I've saved up a little bit of money, not a lot, but I don't know, a little bit. And I say, okay, it's time for attempting this YouTube thing seriously. And for example, I make some channel using some kind of AI avatar, or I don't know. I would hate that actually, but yeah, with some, I guess, minimal interaction from me or whatever, or like minimal intervention from me visually, or maybe actually full intervention from me visually, and I appear or whatever. And see, this is why the appearance is important for me, because if I don't have the appearance, it's difficult for me to think about building something. But I don't know, for example, I've gotten tired of train driving, and I have gotten into plane. I've gotten into other licenses, right? So I've gotten tired of that. I've gotten broad. I've gotten a plane driving license. I've spent the money, kind of more or less the money that I've saved. I've spent it, and I have now probably owe even some money, and I now have to drive planes for a living, and I've switched that, and then I've switched to trucks, for example, and I've actually driven planes, trains, trucks, and at 38 years old, I still want to switch more, right? And I want to keep going, getting even weirder licenses or whatever. So at 38, I'm actually getting a boat license. And I don't know, I guess as a side also, I'm kind of sharing all the process, right? I'm sharing the process, and yeah, and that's kind of, and I've met some people through this kind of making videos or whatever, or I don't know, maybe throughout my journey of like switching careers, I've met some other career switchers, right? And some of them are actually kind of on board with kind of this journey or whatever, or they have done similar journeys or whatever, and I've connected somehow with these kind of people, and yeah, and I've established some deeper connections, right? And so yeah, I guess that could be some vibe, for example, right? I've gone broader. I've been brave, and I've actually quit when I had to quit in order to pursue something else that motivated me more. And even though it looks bad on a resume, I've quit again and attempted a different thing because it's part of this kind of bigger vision. And even though some people don't see the vision and are like, there are also some other people who do see the vision and who do think it's interesting, even though it's not like a commercial success or whatever, and I'm not making millions in ad revenue or whatever. I've met people who are interested in that, and throughout the journey and through sharing it, and that's something cool. I guess that is like maybe somewhere in 10 years, if I'm there at age 38, that's actually cool, right? And I've gone broad also, maybe in languages, right? For example, I've actually learned a little bit of German because of these trains things, but then for the planes thing, I've gone to, I don't know, Italy, because in Italy it's cheaper, or for whatever reason, right? And in Italy it's cheaper to drive planes, and then I've gone on a couple of trips, maybe on a motorcycle through other countries, to France, and I've learned a little bit of French because of that. And maybe I've learned also some Japanese because I've taken the motorcycle trip in Japan, because you can have to drive a motorcycle and you don't have to like change different things, whatever, right? Or I've actually learned to drive trucks in Japan. I don't know, and because they need trucks drivers over there, and I've experienced how that is. Or maybe now I'm learning how to drive boats, but in Japan. And sure, why not, right? Or I'm getting my pilot's license. Sorry, I've gotten my pilot's license in Japan, so even though the content is in English or whatever, I've still done it in Japanese because for whatever reason the currency exchange thing was favorable, right? So I've gotten my plane's driver's license in Japan. I've not deepened a lot in Japanese, but I've gotten a little bit better, and I feel like I have gained something in the language in the same way that right now I could say that I have still gained something in German, and I can still kind of I can watch reels in German in my phone. For example, I was watching memes in German earlier. So for example, I can do that in Japanese now, and now I plan to do that in Italian as well because I'm getting my captain's license in Italy. So I've gone broader both in like languages and in career. I've tried different things, and in partnerships I've met people along the way that have liked that vibe, and yeah, and I have expressed also and shared, and throughout that has helped, I guess the vibe put it together. I don't know, why not, right? That could be one example of me going broader. Then me going deeper. I guess I'm liking this, how this sounds maybe less, maybe. But for example, I'm 10 years in, I'm 38, I'm 8 years into train driving, I've gotten more experience into this, I've gone deeper into train driving, I keep getting excited about driving trains in Germany, and it's something that brings a little bit of money, that brings some stability or whatever, and I like how that feels. I've also liked Germany, I've liked German culture at least more, that I liked more than I dislike, and I've learned a lot of more cultural references. I keep wanting to learn even more, right? I keep wanting to learn actually more about German literature and try to dive deeper and try to understand German people more, and yeah, and I've gone broad, and I've gotten a couple of licenses here and there, right? I've gotten a motorcycle license on the side. I've perhaps gotten a private pilot license, but not full commercial on the side. I've spent a little bit of money on this, and yeah, I know a couple of contacts from here and there or whatever, and perhaps some of them blah blah, but actually I've met someone with whom I connect with that kind of gets this kind of several interests and finds them interesting, but also who likes the being with someone who is like deep in train driving because of the lifestyle or because of interests or whatever, right? I don't know. And yeah, I've showed up and creatively and expressed myself creatively, etc. enough for it to in order for me to show up actually like in my free time as like sharing all of these little experiences of trains, of different small licenses and such, and I'm expressing myself creatively through this, and perhaps also more deeply about train things or whatever, and I'm sharing that kind of more, and the sharing part etc is more of a side thing, I guess, and I've tried it out, I've gotten over it, and I've been like, okay, I've actually attempted to share, I've showed up fully, I've created the things that I want to create, and now it's time to build, I guess, something deeper or whatever, right? So now I'm established in Germany, I have a place, a fixed place, I've bought a car, and I've learned some car clubs here, I know more people in the car community, so I feel more connected and rooted to this place, and I feel like I can actually build something here, and I can start, for example, a car museum here, right? And or rather than a car museum, I'm starting to build the blocks, I guess, to this project that I've had, I guess, on the back burner, right? Throughout expressing myself through this kind of creative outlet, side creative outlet of like licenses, etc., that I've kept for a little bit of variety, I want to go deeper, right? I want to go deeper into the car community, and I've discovered some deeper aspect of like cars, and I've gone deeper into the topic of cars. I guess always you have to go broad. If it's a museum, you have always to have go to a little bit broad, but you have to have deeper connections. So I've perhaps visited a lot of museums here in Germany that I have on my list, and I've learned a little bit more. And thanks to this kind of deepened language and deepened cultural thing, I am now able to engage more deeply into this kind of German content, and I can actually, I can talk with the people in the museum and like get, oh, so this is how you started the museum, right? And they perceive the actual want to, oh, he actually wants to create something like that, or like, well, I've said he or whatever, but yeah, oh, they actually want to create something like that on their own, or I guess because it would be way easier like that, right? But oh, they actually want to create something like this on their own. But if they're showing up fully, whatever, right? It's like, oh, and they are actually taking steps towards that, right? They have this whole small project, and they want to take the next step and create something deeper and go deeper into that, right? And through the little cars that I've kept owning, I've owned some car and then I've sold it, and I've kept a little bit of contact, and I've deepened connections with that, and because they are rooted, and I sell the car to someone who is not a close friend or whatever, but who I keep contact with, and it's, for example, from a forum of this brand, and I buy cars from these different brands, from the same brand, or like from this Japanese manufacturer, like Mazda. So I keep buying Mazdas, and I'm involved in the Mazda community. I look at the Mazda museum here in Augsburg, and yeah, I find it interesting, and I find it cool, and I get to know the history of the museum itself and how it came about with or without support of the brand, and what the different options are from different people, etc. And I am now 38, and kind of some steps into this kind of process, I've gotten satisfied with this kind of side project. I've gotten some, not sure if traction, but yeah, I guess some enough feedback to learn what's possible, what kind of reach it has, what kind of people are interested by it, and yeah, I guess something like that, right? And I have someone who understands that, and who likes that kind of vibe, right? Who likes who that, or even who doesn't like it, who want to support that, and who supports someone in their, and I would support them also in their thing, right? In whatever, even if it's not car related or whatever. But yeah, it's kind of like we're rooted in this place, and we have these kind of connections, and perhaps there are like serendipity things and whatever, right? And yeah, I've traveled throughout Germany a little bit. I've gotten to learn the place, the context. I can communicate myself with these people and understand what they are like, and how their things came about, how their projects come up, how I also maybe perhaps can bring a new perspective a little bit, but communicate it to them in a way that they understand and that they find valuable. And yeah, about this online, for example, about this online perspective to people who are not really that online, but I can bring it to them and like show them or help them somehow like that. And perhaps the person I'm helping, or I have a deeper connection with someone, and this who is like kind of based around here also, or maybe not here, but somewhere in Germany, and yeah, and I can support them also with this kind of, maybe I'm a less low-key person. I'm actually the person who is like more making videos and showing out themselves in the internet, and like posting a lot of stuff on the internet, and there are person like that's more low-key, that doesn't really engage in that, but who supports someone who does that like that, and who also is kind of creatively oriented like that, and perhaps has their own project like this, and either benefits from someone who is like more outspoken on this in order to like get more courageous, or maybe they simply, I don't know, they simply like the contrast or whatever, or yeah, something like this, right? I think I've given a couple of alternatives like this. I feel like this is something that I certainly like this more, this where do I want to be in 10 years, more than the first take. I will leave the first take in the description as well. And yeah, I think I like that more. I haven't given a lot of vision in the appearance thing. I guess the appearance thing, for example, that could be like, I mean, that could certainly be it's a whole different channel as well, and I have planned to do it as well. But I feel like that's a topic that it's like really difficult for me to talk about, and so I've been postponing it. But yeah, I certainly know the direction where I want to go for sure. I just don't know how far into that direction I will actually reach in 10 years when I'm 38. How far along the path will I be if I'm actually in that path? How far along the path that I hate I would be, and what measures would I have taken to stop it, or like what mitigations have I found, or like what mental frameworks to deal with that path have I figured out, or like I have found out. We'll see. I don't know. Certainly I don't really have the vision for that. It's more like a cope, and the vision that I have is certainly kind of unrealistic, so it's difficult also for me to share. But yeah, I don't know. Let's just say some generic things, but I would certainly like to be stylish, and I guess stylish enough to feel like I'm expressing the qualities that I like to have and that I have actually achieved, and also that I've gotten over the awkward phase of like trying to find a style, that I've actually found a style that I that I can pull off, or perhaps that I'm bold enough to pull off a certain kind of style, and that it actually fits the environment I'm in, and or if I don't fit into the environment, it's that the confidence that I have is enough to like, I don't know, to back up the fact that I stand out, I guess style wise that's what I'm aiming towards, I guess. And that if I'm 38, so okay, old, but like still potentially kind of attractive or something like this, that I'm, I don't know, like, yeah, I guess not, I don't want to say not weird, because I would probably be weird in a sense, but yeah, I guess weird in a way that is not kind of unself-aware and others aware, right? It's something that is kind of weird but kind of respectable enough, and I guess classy enough. There are some adjectives I like. I like classy. I like sophisticated. I like modern. I like these things, right? I mean, classic. I guess modern in the sense like modern house, not modern in the sense of like, for example, a grunge house, right? Like a exposed brick wall, destroyed factory type vibe. Not really, right? More like modern house, like, yeah, I don't know. I don't really Le Corbusier, or well, I guess I'm not sure if that's modern. Mies van der Rohe type things, something like that. Kind of. My brother also likes Mies van der Rohe as well, so I don't really. I'm going based on his criteria, I guess. But that I don't really know architectural terms of like neo-modernism or whatever. Right? But yeah, Frank Lloyd Wright, for example, that kind of vibe, that kind of, I guess, sophisticated, classy, but not rococo type way, right? So like modern, like from contemporary times, and also not basic. Well, maybe a little bit basic. Why not? It's also like new build from Thailand, Bangkok skyscraper, new build that is kind of like black cabinets and a little bit dumb and ridiculous, a little bit, something like that, right? I mean, I don't actually like black cabinets, but for example, yeah, white on white, beige aesthetic, perhaps a little bit of that, perhaps also, but yeah, I guess with enough color, with enough whatever, I don't know. I also, for example, like the vibe of like English teacher, right? Middle-aged English teacher, I guess, but like with 10 years less, 38-year-old English teacher vibe. So the teacher that is still cool, but who is an English teacher, therefore dresses a little bit weird and strange, but yeah, kind of still appropriate to the environment that is like the workplace or whatever, right? So something like that, I guess. It's like striking, eye-catching, unique, but still kind of like aware and respectful, and not just kind of like wanting attention because of the sake of for the sake of attention, right? It's more like expressiveness and something like this. Boldness, but not, I guess, yeah, kind of like random screeching and shit like that. That's, I guess, the vibe I wanted to. I perhaps would like to have to have in 38 years, when I'm 38. Sorry, so yeah, when I'm 38, perhaps something like this, right? It's like still bold enough to feel like I can dress like one of new generations, but also like, okay, I'm not one of them, but still like able, like tapped in enough to like, I don't know, at least be conscious and like be informed and like be able to make decisions in respect to that, and yeah, and such. So yeah, thank you for watching. If you watched until the end, thank you. I ended this video, like the first take, saying something like, if you watched until the end, please don't say anything, because in that video I was like, I wasn't able to articulate any kind of vision, right? I was like, this topic is really difficult for me. Like, I don't want to understate how difficult it is talking about this for me. This is stream 300 and something. I have 320, I think 316 noted over there, but it's probably like 330, or like I've done actually like 360 stream, like I don't know, I've done more than 300 streams talking to the camera like this, and I've done hours on hours on videos talking about these kind of things, and it's difficult for me. And I've done a couple of them private that I haven't uploaded, and I haven't uploaded them for a reason, because it's a tough topic. So yeah, if you've gotten this far into the video, I don't know, it's like, it has been difficult for me. If it has been a difficult watch because it's a long video and I ramble and I say these things, I don't know, please have some consideration for that, because there's a reason why I take too long for saying these things, and why I can't bring myself to edit something like this and to cut it short, because yeah, because it would slow the process so much, right? This long-winded thing, I don't know, maybe it would actually speed it up, but I guess I'm not courageous enough to like watch a video like this back and then edit it and then upload it. So yeah, sorry for leaving you with this kind of raw cut. I hope this 1 hour and 5 minutes length detracts the people from clicking on it who wouldn't like watching a 1 hour video that I've made. I hope people leave before minute 18 if they don't actually, if they are not intended to see the message. And yeah, thank you for watching. If you have watched this long, oh sorry, I was saying that I ended this video, the first attempt at making this video, saying if you watched for this long, please don't say anything. But I don't know, maybe in this case, if you've watched for this long, please act accordingly to and with tact and yeah, and mindfully, I guess. So I don't know, if you're going to write a comment, make it something that I can take in, right? And if you're going to send something privately to me because you know me, and like if you're watching 1 hour of this, it's probably high odds that you know me, then likewise also like write something that I can take in, and perhaps don't even write anything at all. I don't know. I don't want to straight up say that because I don't know, because my mind goes into like the worst places because of this, right? But yeah, please write something I can take in. Please be mindful of this. I didn't intend to do this video, just simply like I didn't intend to say these things that I wanted, that I had said that I have said in this video. In this video particularly, it just came out like that. So yeah, please do respect that if possible. And yeah, still thank you for watching a lot if you got here until this end. And yeah, goodbye. Oh, and I do hope you are here in 2 years for the video that I will make about me when I'm 40, and perhaps will I make a video like this in 10 years when I'm 38. So let's see, right? Hope you're here for the long run, and hope I'm here for the long run as well, and that I don't give up. And yeah, bye.
where do I want to be in 10 years? Or when I'm 40, where do I want to be? And I guess I'm going to keep it as like, where do I want to be when I'm 38? And I'm going to leave the 40 years old for when I'm 30. But I guess I wanted to do a kind of exercise like this that is kind of more explanatory than something like where do I want to be in 10 years? Or when I'm 40, where do I want to be? And I guess I'm going to keep it as like, where do I want to be when I'm 38? And I'm going to leave the 40 years old for when I'm 30. But I guess I wanted to do a kind of exercise like this that than something like New Year's resolutions, right? Something more that allows me to dream a little bit more, but still more concrete than things that I've done. Sorry, things that I want video that I've done already. I've done both of those kind of videos. I think this video is on the style of this kind of video that I tend to make, but a little bit more both concrete and dream-like than some other alternatives. So I wanted to do some kind of attempt like this. It has also another reason that for which I want to make it that you can check in the description if you want to skip right to that. But yeah, it will come up in the video and you will see why I'm actually making this video right now. But yeah, so far I think I'm going to maybe introduce a little bit. I've noticed a little bit of an overarching theme, so I'm going to talk about that first. But then I'm going to introduce the actual topics. Like there are like 3 or 4 topics that I'm going to talk about where this overarching theme applies. Then like one topic where it doesn't apply, and then I'm going to do some visualizations. I'm going to try to, even though I don't have a complete vision, I will do more. I will talk more about why I don't have a complete vision on this first explanation. But then I will try still to visualize some things that I do like about something that I would like to be happening when I'm 38 years old. Like try to put myself in that situation and be like, okay, this is what I actually want to be doing at this point in time. So yeah, I guess first let's go with this overarching thing that I found. I've tried to do this video a couple of times. I've recorded a couple of attempts and uploaded one, and I've written a couple of documents, I guess a couple of bullet points, and in these bullet points, I guess revising them, this first let's go with this overarching thing that I found. I've tried to do this video a couple of times. I've recorded a couple of attempts, and so yeah, I guess first let's go with this overarching. Recorded a couple of attempts and uploaded one, and I've written a couple of documents, I guess a couple of bullet points, and in these bullet points, I guess revising them, this thing came out of like deepen or go broad. This dichotomy, I guess, is why I'm not really clear on these visualizations that I'm going to do at the end. I don't have like a concrete goal that I'm like, okay, I definitely want to be this person when I'm 38. It's not that clear for me. I can't see it that clearly for reasons that will come up in the video. But at least for this, for several topics, one of these, like the reason why is because I don't know whether I want to deepen or whether I want to go broad. There is this thing that is like that people say like, oh, you should go deeper when you're young. When you're young, you can compound better. Alex Hormozzi, for example, says this. You can, if you build a company, if you're hard building a company in your 20s, then you will have your 30s have very simple, and the compound effects will be so great. Alex Hormozzi says that. I think probably Gary Vee says, and then for example, Gary Vee says a little bit something different. Right? He says something like, okay, if you don't go hard at, well, you always have to go hard. You always have to grind. But if you don't go grind at going at something complete, you could grind at trying new things. You can afford still to lose. You can afford to lose many days because you're still young. And then maybe you can go find that thing that you want to go deeper. Or maybe the broadness or something you can, or for example, Dan Coe says this, Dan K-O-E says this, he says something like, okay, you can bring a lot of topics together in your unique way, and that is like the thing that is actually, you can be a generalist in that way. So yeah, I guess I don't really know where to go now in these things, and maybe one could say, okay, it depends on the topic, and maybe we explore these topics and see something, but yeah, essentially, I guess I found that in many of these topics, the question for me it's still open. I don't really know whether the best idea would be to deepen or to go broad, or maybe it's a combination of both things actually, and life isn't simple or whatever. So yeah, maybe I can go into each topic to, I guess, give an example of what do I mean by deep or go broad in each situation, you could say. So, for example, the first topic that came to mind is language. I'm in Germany. I'm learning German, I guess, kind of not super actively, to be honest. I could be doing a lot more, certainly. Topic to, I guess, give an example of what do I mean by deep or go broad in each situation, you could say. So, for example, the first topic that came to mind is language. I'm in Germany. I'm learning German, I guess, kind of not super actively, to be honest. I could be doing a lot more, certainly. And I'm learning this train driving thing in German. And yeah, I guess I'm going to be doing this for 2 years at least. 1 year because I have to actually get my license, and then like work for 1 or 2 years after that, so maybe in 3 years I will have to be actually doing this. But yeah, I guess I don't know to the extent to which after that I will still want to keep deepening my German, right? Versus maybe try something different and like move and try to some other career move, or try some other thing that maybe it's not considered a career or whatever, but and try to go abroad and learn some other language, for example Japanese. Maybe in my list it will probably kind of Japanese first, or maybe depending on circumstance or like possibility like Italian, French, some other European language that kind of could be considered easy, but that is something different, and if some opportunity comes by related to that, right? That is related to some other goal. And yeah, I guess for example deepening my German would mean like understanding more cultural references, or like being able to understand more context, more books, more movies, or having conversations about people like that, about topics like this, right? I'm currently not super fluent in German, and I obviously would like to get better to a certain point, but maybe once I spend these 3 years, right, I become that kind of person who is like, okay, I'm tired of Germany and the Germans. I don't want to actually deepen my understanding of them. I feel like I have enough. I want to move on to some country that maybe I like better. Right? I see some of these kind of people. You get this vibe from some people. From some others, you don't get this vibe, right? But from some, you get this vibe, and yeah, I don't know. Maybe I will become some kind of one of those people. So it's something I think about whether that will happen to me or not. And yeah, I guess how do I how do I again not plan my life, but like where will I want to where will I be when I'm 38 in these different scenarios? Right? Then I guess this also kind of depends, maybe perhaps, on career, right? Maybe if I'm currently learning to drive trains, and I will eventually be driving trains at least for a couple of years, 1 or 2 years I will be driving trains, right? So maybe I don't like either the company, or maybe I don't like the people, or maybe I don't like, you don't understand, you don't interact with other people. Maybe I don't like the time, simply I don't like the structure of time, the timing. Maybe I don't like the environment or the job itself. It becomes boring. Who knows, right? So yeah, it's like then I will try to attempt some other thing. And here again, the deepen versus go broad thing also comes to mind, right? Maybe I actually like it so much that I want to go deep, right? I want to become one of these experienced train drivers who has like driven trains for 20 years, right? So at the 10-year mark from now, I will have like years of experience driving trains. I want to keep having more. Maybe I'm one of those people. But maybe I want to keep driving trains, but I don't like the company, so maybe I want to move companies. But on the other hand, maybe I become the kind of person who actually wants to keep climbing the career ladder in this company, or like who wants to keep being in this company because it's actually treated me well, right? So do I deepen or do I go broad? If I go broad, maybe it's like I've gotten bored of train driving. I want to try some other thing. I want to try to be a pilot, or I want to try to get a truck driving license, or I become disillusioned with this licensing project, and or I leave that as a hobby and want to pursue something that brings more money to, yeah, to for example pay for a pilot license without having to have that as a career. For example, I try to go into software, or try to go into engineering again, or I want like cars once again. I'll become illusioned about cars and try to go into that. Right? Who knows, right? So yeah, I guess it depends a lot also on that. Or maybe I want to move countries, and the opportunity that hits a couple of these points comes available in Japan. For example, I want to go to Japan, and the people in engineering need someone, or the people who have train driving experience are needed, and I use the opportunity to move there. For example, it depends. So I don't really know where I'll be at that point, whether I will want to go deep or whether I want to go, I guess, broad. Right? I don't know. My hunch is that I like variety, so I would like some variety, but I don't know if it will be in career or it will be in on the side, etc. Then, I guess the third thing where this deep and go broad consideration comes to mind is actually the reason why I'm making this video right now. And I've got this things to lose or relationships category. And basically, relationships, right? It's like, why do I call it things to lose, right? And it's like, I guess things to lose could also be a career. You can also lose a career. But I was thinking, Agalico comes to mind. Then, I guess the third thing where this deep and broad consideration comes to mind is actually the reason why I'm making this video right now. And I've got this things to lose or relationships category. And basically, relationships, right? It's like, why do I have I called it things to lose, right? And it's like, I guess things to lose could also be a career. You can also lose a career. But I was thinking it more in terms of relationships. For example, there is this friend who they've kicked out of the course, of the mentoring course, and because he didn't have the enough performance, you could say, his notes, his marks were bad, so he got kicked out. He got like he got accumulated, and yeah, he's 40 basically. He's 39, I think, turning 40 already, or he's turning 40, and he's turning 40 in January. So that got me thinking. It's like, where do I want to be when I'm 40? Do I want to be where he is at? And I guess the main thing I was thinking at, right? It's like, I don't know. I do obviously get. Obviously, I'm a person, right? So I make judgments, etc. And if I were to judge like this very, very quickly, I would say like he's a loser or something like this, or like he's certainly not someone who has kept one repeatedly. But I don't really like to refer to other people like that. But I've done it to myself. I've called myself a loser, right? So I don't know. I also don't mean it in a super offensive way. But it's like to be in his position at that age, it's something that I consider kind of being a loser, right? So I guess maybe more reframing that, it's like more than being a loser per se or something like this, or using like some kind of negative thing like that. It's more like he still doesn't have anything to lose, right? And in that case, I was thinking mainly like relationships. Right? It's like he doesn't seem to have like relationships to lose, or like deep friendships that kept him from moving to Germany and that don't keep him from moving back to Spain, etc. Right? So it's like, do I want to be in that position when I'm 38? And it's like, damn, I guess I don't. Right? It's like, I'm not sure if it's good to take decisions or to like plan your life in order of like what you don't want to be doing, but I don't know, it certainly has made me think of this. Right? So it is making me think of like, okay, in terms of, for example, partnerships or in terms of friendships, it's like, do I want to go deeper? Do I want to go broad? Do I want to go broad? And it's like, I certainly want to avoid not having to lose things. Sorry, not having anything to lose, right? So I certainly want to deepen the friendship that I have, but also I do want some other friendships that are perhaps more accepting or perhaps more aligned with some of the goals that I have, for example, right? Some of these goals of like trying new things, etc. And certainly, if I were to have a partnership, I would like someone who also is at least open, right, to this. Someone who tries new things, who likes to not in just relationship itself, rather in like environment or whatever. But I would like to meet someone deeply. I would like to commit to someone and to be committed. Certainly, I guess that is to have found someone like that. That would be great. I guess. So I think having someone to listen like that would actually be a positive. Instead of like being, for example, being in a position of like being 38 and having nothing to lose, is a positive in a sense. It allows you to execute or whatever. But I don't know, seeing that example live, it hasn't brought me a lot of a lot of wish to be in that position, I would say, or a lot of admiration of someone's position. But the opposite, it has brought me a little bit of it's a situation I would want to avoid to be in. So yeah, I guess that is one place where the deepen. But yeah, I guess the deepen or go broad is also related because it also shows me my indecision towards that. And perhaps I'm not sure if they are related, right? But perhaps they're a triangle thing, right? In the one hand, I want to avoid being in a no place, in a nothing to lose situation. I know that deepening is how you achieve this kind of thing of like not wanting to lose someone, right? It's like you only achieve that by deepening connections rather than going broad. And also, in order to meet people, you don't need those kind of people. You actually need to meet people. So you need to go a little bit broad, at least in some sense. Right? For partnerships at the minimum, but also for the friendships and for like finding community and that kind of stuff. So I guess a mix of both, at least it's needed. Right? But maybe thinking at a certain point, it's like at that point I would like to have something deeper. This is what I was thinking about, I guess, regarding these topics of relationships and things to do. And yeah, I guess then there is a fourth topic here that I've written that is not exactly that doesn't exactly fit in this kind of deep and go broad situation. Right here, it's not. I couldn't put it inside of this. Do I want to go deep or go broad because it's not a category that is fitting to this. But it is something that is really making me dizzy. Visualization exercise broad because it's not a category. But here, it's not. I couldn't put it inside. There is not. It's a fourth topic here, like relationships and things to lose. I guess. And yeah, I guess then there is a fourth topic here that I've written that is not exactly. That doesn't exactly fit in this kind of deep and go broad situation. Right here, it's not. I couldn't put it inside of this. Do I want to go deep or go broad because it's not a category that is fitting to this. But it is something that is really making me dizzy. Visualization exercises that I'm going to talk about afterwards. Really difficult, I guess. Right? It's like it's the topic of maybe this is a weird moment, like minute 17 of a random video on YouTube, little coming out moment, but it is something that I have struggled. I have at least hinted at it in many of my streams for sure, some of my videos probably, but yeah, I don't really, using the example from this video, I don't really see myself as a 38-year-old man, but it's like how am I looking and what's my appearance like as a 38-year-old man, and I don't know, I'm really struggling with that, and it's not certainly something new that I've struggled with this recently. I mean, I guess it depends how you define new, but yeah, it's not something that has originated this year. Right? I've been struggling with this a lot, and yeah, in concrete, like, to be more concrete, the gender box in particular, right? I don't really think about the 38-year-old man. Right? The problem is that I also don't see the path to a successful 30-year-old woman, and even saying it out loud, it just sounds kind of insane. So even though I know there exists like community, blah, 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 and the people who have done that, etc., but yeah, it's still something I cannot visualize. And I guess there are things that do help me visualize things like that. For example, it's like something of an artist archetype. I do look up to many artists who are, and I have compiled a little list, right? Compiled, I just checked some ages of artists that I admire and how old they are. And I don't know, yeah, I have seen people who are like 38-year-olds, 40-year-olds, 40 years old, etc., who are still doing art, expressing themselves, putting themselves, like sharing parts of themselves out there, etc. And yeah, looking good, I guess you could say also, right? Not just about, I guess it's partly a superficial thing also, but also partly something like expressing themselves through aesthetics and like beauty and all that that I do like, right? And that I do feel like I lack and that I would like to achieve. I know it sounds weird, said that way, but yeah, I guess it's something that I struggle with in a sense, and that really blocks me from doing these visualizations, and that makes kind of these exercises difficult. So yeah, I certainly know more, like, if I have to choose between one direction and the other, I certainly know which direction repulses me and which direction I'm afraid of. I know the difference between that. One is like more fear of not achieving, and the other one is more fear of achieving. But still, it doesn't mean, it still doesn't make the decision process or like the visualization or anything like that clear. That just because one thing I hate and one thing I fear doesn't mean that it's easy to choose the path I fear just because I fear it instead of hate it, right? Because I don't know, it's like maybe hate reducing measures are more effective than not achieving the thing that you fear. So it's difficult. It's a very good position to be in and to visualize, particularly. So yeah, then I guess we could go into the visualizations. I've mentioned why I've had a hard time visualizing everything in this place. So, and in the first attempt of this video, I actually rambled a lot on and didn't really visualize a lot, and more like complain why I can't visualize anything than actually visualize. So here I place it, then I guess it's a very good position to be in and to visualize, particularly. So yeah, then I guess we could go into the visualizations. I've mentioned why I've had a hard time visualizing everything in this place. So, and in the first attempt of this video, I actually rambled a lot on and didn't really visualize a lot, and more like complained why I can't visualize anything than actually visualize. So here now I want to at least give some vibes that I would like to achieve. Right? And I guess the first vibe that is not really titled in the video, but that is the reason why I've made the video, is like I would certainly like to have some things to lose, right? I guess when I'm 38, I would like to have accomplished this. I would like to have some people to lose. Right? I would like to make not things. I don't mean things as in like material objects. I'm not sure if I'm 38, I'm thinking of 38-year-old myself, thinking, oh, I wish I had this car to lose or this house to lose. I don't necessarily think of it that way. Like I wish I had all this investment money to lose. I mean, I certainly hope I'm going to get good enough financial position, but I guess I don't care about that much about the specifics and more about the people. Right? I would like to be in a position that where I feel like I have people to lose. Right? I feel like I'm in a position where I'm connected to some people that I like, right? And that I actually feel losing, right? In a healthy way, right? Obviously. But like, yeah, I don't know. And I guess, I don't know, maybe it sounds, this is something I have just thought about it, right? But for example, right now I'm not in that position with friendships, for example. Right? I'm not in a mind state. It's my fault. I will say, well, I guess it's hard to evaluate on myself, but there's a big part of fault in how I handle the friendships or whatever, in the sense that yeah, it is tough to think that right now I don't have kind of that fear of losing someone, or that it's like when I think of, it's like there is a part of relief and a part of fear of it, right? It's like there is certainly fear. I do, it's like the world, I do fear actually losing family, losing relationships, losing all this, right? But also I feel like on the other hand, it would be a sense of, I also feel like it would be a sense of liberation in a sense, right? It would free up things, right? It would sounds like a good mindset to have in a sense, but I feel like it's not. Right? I feel like when you have like good relationships, and when you're like satisfied of the relationship with people that you have more fear of losing them than relief of losing, And I feel like having a sense of relief after that is bad. So yeah, I guess I would like to be in a position where I no longer feel that way. Right? So in my case, I don't think of it as like actually being relieved of losing those relationships. Rather, the dynamic of the relationship or whatever, the things that are holding me back from feeling like this relief, etc., changing. I guess that is more the kind of state where I would like to be in. Right? I would like to be in a position where I'm actually like cool with, cool with who I am, and cool with where I actually feel like I'm supported by the people I'm with, and close enough, even if not close in the distance, like when I'm happy to, happy to think of prospects where I'm seeing them and showing up as myself, and of updating them on my plans, etc., etc. These kind of things. And yeah, I guess that is one thing. And for example, I've also noted here something like artist vibe also, right? Perhaps I've thought about the things that I already have. How could I improve them in order to be in a position, in order for them to be in a position that I would like to be in 10 years, right? In 10 years, I would like the relationships they have, at least, or like the ones that get kept, to be like ones where I actually feel supported and feel like, yeah, feel like I can show up as 100% myself, like at least a greater percentage showing up right now, something like this, right? But yeah, because of what I mentioned before, appearance example, for example, if I don't know then what I'm going to look like, where I'm going to be, what language I'm going to speak, or what language I'm going to be trying to be better at communicating at, or what kind of things I'm going to be on the side, or as a main thing, etc. It's like, what am I going to look like? So it's hard for me to visualize who am I going to be, for example. So who am I going to be with at age 50? But I guess this kind of artist vibe comes to mind. I'm not sure if I want someone who's an artist or whatever, but for example, I thought of this example of Jackie Sears. She's actually younger, but she's 33 right now. But she just got married. Eh? The guy she got married with, I'm not exactly sure who he is. I think he's called George Michael or something like this. But if I recall correctly, let me just check quickly. But he's not super famous. He's some kind of producer, right? Oh, yeah, he's a drummer of a band, which I guess he is somewhat successful and something like that. But he's kind of a low-key celebrity, right? So it's more like someone who's like a big star and has like this will to share very deeply personal things, right? Is with someone who I thought initially thought he was a producer or something like that, but he's not a producer, he's rather a drummer. Okay, it's kind of the vibe is similar, right? He's someone in the world, he's someone who's artistic, who's like artistic oriented, etc., but who's more low key, right? He's like a notch under her in terms of like, I don't know, outwards thing, right? So I think I would have like some kind of dynamic like that, right? Perhaps I'm showing up artistically in the world. I mean, maybe sounds retarded or something. Okay, I would perhaps when I'm 38, I would like to be like, for example, I think of Carla, you know, she's around 38, I would correctly, and 39, I think, and she's still showing up in the world, creating art projects, being bold, creating concepts and going through them and like connecting with artists younger than her and older than her, and but being in this world, kind of building these things, right? I think the same way Chandler says, she's in this world, she's been a lot of time in this world, she's been creating new things, and her moment came now, and how she got married, etc., to the person who is also in the world, but with a little bit lower of, I guess, of attention on him, right? So I guess that's kind of the vibe I would like to perhaps, to be in this kind of, to be showing up myself, kind of in this artist vibe, and to be with someone who gets it, but who perhaps is a little bit more low-key about it or whatever, right? Or, I don't know, maybe it's vice versa, maybe I would be the low-key person and I would like to be with someone who's like that, but I would like to be in this kind of vibe, right? In this kind of artist vibe, so kind of, I don't know, I'm using the word artist, but I kind of mean more expressive or something like that. More than I'm doing right now. I would say that I'm expressing things somewhat randomly sometimes on YouTube, for example, in my videos, my video diaries, I guess, talking, just straight up kind of text on moving video, but improvised text on moving video. Perhaps I would like to move up on the things that I'm creating in that realm, and perhaps I guess this depends on like where my career goes. For example, if my career goes, I'm going to be a train driver. Perhaps I don't want to be like super high key artist, but perhaps I do actually want to, in my free time, be making videos about cars, about these kind of things. But I don't exactly know what I want to be making videos of, right? But I guess I would like to be more expressive in that sense, right? I would like to get my expressiveness up. I would certainly like to, by the time I'm 38, I either kind of gotten my expressiveness out of me and became more low-key, but still in that kind of artist sphere. I guess not literally an artist sphere, but kind of in this kind of having gone after that step of like expressing oneself and like showing up and creating something outside of you, because I'm like letting it live out there and be judged, etc. Either gotten past that and having that behind me, or still actually actively involved in that. And for my relationships, at least some of like maybe a deep relationship, like if I'm with someone like that, right? Or or I guess more and if possible as well, aside from the relationship that I'm actually showing up, that I have kept, I'm actually showing up with those considerations, right? After that step has been taken, after after I've shown myself like that, and after I've created what I have to create, like my videos or my I don't know, I think of music sometimes as well. That's less clear and like more steps away. But after creating my videos, or like after executing some kind of vision like that, the people who have remained after that also some like have connected with some others who are like actually more involved in this kind of vision, or yeah, who have similar visions of their own, with whom to keep connecting with that. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting. And I guess that's the visualization that I do. Like when I'm 38, I want to be showing up as more expressive, as more creative, as more like that. Right? And that appearance is important for me. Like the style is important for me in that sense. It's a part of it. It's certainly a part of it. It's certainly a part of it. If I'm not doing it, if I'm not showing up as myself in this way, then all of the other parts I could be showing up as myself, get cut, right? And that feels awful. Yeah. And also, I keep myself from meeting people like this. Also, if I'm not doing it, that's I guess why this last topic was like a big block and kept me from imagining why, because I can't see myself like this. It's like I can't see myself like I can see the other people who would be in that vibe. Right? It's because, for example, it's different to be like 39-year-old Carolyn Project with 10 years behind your back or more of like perhaps 20. Right? She's 39, perhaps she's been doing. I think she's been doing since she's perhaps 25 years of like writing music and being part of different bands, like traveling, etc. And like being involved in this kind of thing from the grassroots until like commercial success, like now, like a couple of years ago. Right? And it's hard for this different to be in that position versus to be like some new person who's been like 39 and is like now attempting to do it. That's why it's different. It's difficult to imagine like, how like the kind of artist you can be connected with. It's like the kind of people who is on your actual wave, on the path that you are on this kind of artist wave, but at the level that you're trying to be. That kind of thing. I guess regarding career also, it's like it comes down to will I be at a point like with so many incognitas, it's difficult to be like, okay, is my career going to be supporting this kind of thing as a side gig? Is it going to be supporting this? But it's going to be like a career that's open enough to support like the first changes, but also stable enough to bring money to blah blah blah. Or am I going to have to switch careers entirely? Or am I going to have only saved money to prepare for the downfall, to prepare for the switch, something like? So it's hard to plan or to visualize what can happen. It's hard to visualize concretely. At 38 years old, where am I? So that's I guess the problem. So I guess it's hard to visualize, for example, a day in my life at 38. Am I going to be waking up, going to work, to get trains, and then closing, and then I don't know, writing to some people that are in this kind of music business, which I'm not music, but music business, but yeah, then kind of writing a little bit of a script in a post of my next video, or am I going to be actually traveling, for example, from one place, or like just yeah, writing or like connecting with some people, planning a trip that I'm going to do in my off days, and then in that trip I actually record and edit it. Or am I going to have switch careers? For example, I'm now a plane, a pilot, and I'm recording it with like the glasses on my thing, and that's enough to be like not enough, but that day to day is the thing that I'm recording, and that is the focus. Or am I going to have a museum? Like, how far along am I going to be in this kind of time museum process? I'm 38, I have no clue, right? I don't even know in which country, but would I like to a part of my day when I'm 38 to be that? Would I like to be my whole day? I certainly would like to be with someone who is like on board with it, right? And I would certainly like to have someone to lose regarding that, but also who I don't lose them because of that, right? It's hard to visualize, as I mentioned, but I guess I could try to do a couple of examples, right? For example, one example where I go broad. Right? Maybe I go broad. Picture. I'm 33. I've gotten tired of playing trains. 33 is actually 5 years, right? So maybe let's say I'm 32, 31, 31. I've gotten tired of playing trains in Germany, and I've saved up a little bit of money, not a lot, but I don't know, a little bit. And I say, okay, it's time for attempting this YouTube thing seriously. And for example, I make some. It's time for in Germany. It is actually 5 years, right? I've gone broad to visualize, as I mentioned, but I guess I could try to do a couple example where I go broad. Right? Maybe I've gone broad. Picture. I'm 33. I've gotten tired of driving planes. 33 is actually 5 years, right? So maybe let's say I'm 32, 31. 31. I've gotten tired of driving trains in Germany, and I've saved up a little bit of money, not a lot, but a little bit. And they say, okay, it's time for attempting these YouTube things seriously. And I these YouTube things seriously. A little bit of money. I'm 32, 31. 33. I've gotten tired of. I've gone broad. Picture. A couple of examples, right? For example, one example where I go broad. Right? Maybe I've gone broad. Picture. I could try to do a couple of examples, right? For example, one example where I go broad. Right? Maybe I've gone broad. Picture. I'm 33. I've gotten tired of driving planes. 33 is actually 5 years, right? So maybe let's say I'm 32, 31. 31. I've gotten tired of driving trains in Germany, and I've saved up a little bit of money, not a lot, but a little bit. And they say, okay, it's time for attempting. Sometimes on YouTube, for example, making my deep expressions. Yes, she's in this world, she's been a lot of time in this world, she's been creating new things, and her moment came now, and now she got married, etc., to this person who is also in the world, but with a little bit lower point of myself, kind of in this artist expression. More than I'm doing right now. I would say that it's kind of vibe, in this kind of artist way. So, kind of, I don't know, I'm using the word artist, but I kind of mean more expressive. More than I'm doing right now. I would say that I'm expressing things. And perhaps I guess this depends on where my career goes. For example, if my career goes, if I'm going to be a train driver, perhaps I don't want to be like super high key artist, but perhaps I do actually want to, in my free time, be making videos of cars about these kind of things. Right? I don't exactly know what I want to be making videos of, right? But I guess I would like to be more expressive in that sense. Right? I would like to get my expressiveness up. I would certainly like to, by the time I'm 38, I either kind of gotten my expressiveness out of me and became more low-key, but still in that kind of artist sphere. I guess not. I literally an artist sphere, but in this kind of having gone after that step of like expressing oneself and like show. Expressiveness out of me and became more like to when I'm get my expressiveness up. I would certainly like to when by the time I'm 38, I either kind of gotten my expressiveness out of me and became more low-key, but still in that kind of artist sphere. I guess not. I literally an artist sphere, but kind of in this kind of having gone after that step of like expressing oneself and like showing up and creating something outside of you. I guess and like letting it live out there and be judged, etc. Either gotten past that and having that behind me, or still actually actively involved in that. And for my relationships, at least some of like maybe a deep relationship if I'm with someone like that, right? Or I guess more and if possible as well, aside from the relationship that I'm actually showing up, that I have kept, I'm actually showing up with those considerations, right? After that step has been taken, after I'm showing after I've shown myself like that, and after I've created what I have to create, like my videos or I don't know, I think of music sometimes as well. That's less clear and like more steps away. After creating my videos or like after executing some kind of vision like that, the people who have remained after that also some like have connected with some others who are like actually more involved in this kind of vision, or who have similar visions of their own with whom to keep connecting with that. That's kind of the vibe I'm feeling. And I guess that's the visualization that I do. Right? When I'm 38, I want to be showing up as more expressive, as more creative, as more like that. Right? And that appearance is important for me. Like style is important for me in that sense. It's a part of it. It's certainly a part of it. It's certainly a part of it. If I'm not doing it, if I'm not showing up as myself in this way, then all of the other parts I could be showing up as myself, get cut. Right? And that's the fault. And also, I keep myself from meeting people like this. Also, if I'm not doing it, that's I guess why this last topic was like a big block and kept me from imagining why. Because I can't see myself like this. It's like I can't see myself like I can see the other people who would be in that vibe. Right? Because for example, it's different to be like 39-year-old traveling for a jet with 10 years behind your back. 29 perhaps she's been doing, I think she's been doing electricity since perhaps 25 years of like writing music and being part of different bands and traveling, etc. And like being involved in this kind of thing from the grassroots until like commercial success like now, like a couple of years ago, right? And it's hard for this different from to be in that position versus to be like some new person who's been like 39 and is like now attempting to do it. Right? So it's different. It's difficult to imagine like how like the kind of artist you can be connected with. It's like the kind of people who is on your actual wave, on the path that you are on this kind of artist wave, but at the level that you are trying to be. That kind of thing. And I guess regarding career also, it's like it comes down to will I be at a point like with so many incognitas. It's difficult to be like, okay, is my career going to be supporting this kind of thing as a side gig? Is it going to be supporting, but it has to be like a career that's open enough to support like the first changes, but also stable enough to bring money to blah blah blah. Or am I going to have to switch careers entirely, or am I going to have only saved money to prepare for the downfall, or whatever, to prepare for the switch? It's something like so it's hard to plan or to visualize what can happen. It's hard to visualize concretely at 38 years old. Where am I? That's I guess the problem. I guess it's hard to visualize, for example, a day in my life at 38. Am I going to be waking up, going to work, to take trains, and then closing, and then writing to some people that are in this kind of music business, or not music, or music business, but yeah, then kind of writing a little bit of a script in a post of my next video, or am I going to be actually traveling, for example, from one place, or like just yeah, writing or like connecting with some people, planning a trip that I'm going to do in my off days, and then in that trip I actually record and edit it. Or am I going to have switch careers? For example, I'm now a plane, a pilot, and I'm recording it with like the glasses on my thing, and that's enough to be like not enough, but that day to day is the thing that I'm recording, and that is the focus. Or am I going to have a museum? How far along am I going to be in this kind of car museum process? And I'm 38, I have no clue, right? I don't even know in which country, but would I like to a part of my day when I'm 38 to be that? Would I like to be my whole day? I certainly would like to be with someone who is like on board with it, right? And I would certainly like to have someone to lose regarding that. But also who I don't lose them because of that, right? It's hard to visualize, as I mentioned, but yeah. I guess I could try to do a couple of examples, right? For example, one example where I go broad. Right? Maybe I go broad. I'm 33. I've gotten tired of driving planes. 33 is actually 5 years, right? So maybe let's say I'm 32, 31. 31. I've gotten tired of driving planes in general, and I've saved up a little bit of money, not a lot, but a little bit. And they say, okay, it's time for attempting these little things seriously. And for example, I make some channels using some kind of AI. I would hate that actually, but yeah, with some I guess minimal interaction from me or whatever, or like minimal intervention from the visually, or maybe actually full intervention from the visually, and I appear or whatever. This is where the appearance is important. If I don't have the appearance, it's difficult for me to think about building something. But I know, for example, I got tired of frame rating, and I have gotten into plane, and I've gotten into other licenses, right? So I've gotten tired of that. I've gotten broad, I've gotten a plane driving license. I've spent the money, kind of more or less the money that I've saved. I've spent it, and I have now probably owe even some money, and I now have to drive planes for a living, and I've switched that. Then I've switched to trucks, for example, and I've actually driven planes, trains, trucks, and at 38 years old, I still want to switch more, right? I want to, and I want to keep going, getting even weirder next year, whatever. So at 38, I'm actually getting a boat license, and I don't know. I guess I'm as a side also. I'm kind of sharing all the process. Right? I'm sharing the process, and yeah, and that's kind of, and I've met some people through this kind of making videos or whatever, or I don't know, maybe throughout my journey of like switching careers. I've met some of the career switchers, right? And some of them are actually kind of on board with kind of this journey or whatever, or they have done similar journeys or whatever, and I connected somehow with these kind of people, and yeah, and I've established some good connections. So yeah, I guess that could be some bad example, right? I've gone broader. I've been brave, and I've actually quit when I had to quit in order to pursue something else that motivated me more. And even though it looks bad on my resume, I've quit again and attempted a different thing because it's part of this kind of bigger vision. And even though some people don't see the vision and are like, there are also some other people who do see the vision and who think it's interesting, even though it's not like a commercial success or whatever, and I'm not making millions in a career or whatever. I've met people who are interested in that, and throughout the journey and through sharing it, and that's something cool. Because there's like maybe somewhere in 10 years, if I'm there at age 38, that's actually cool, right? And I've gone abroad also maybe in languages, right? For example, I've actually learned a little bit of German because of these strange things, and then for the planes thing, I've gone to Italy because in Italy it's cheaper or for whatever reason, right? And in Italy it's cheaper to with friends, and then I've gone on a couple of trips maybe on a motorcycle through other countries to France, and I've learned a little bit of French because of that, and maybe I've learned also some Japanese because or maybe I've taken the motorcycle trip in Japan because you can have to drive a motorcycle and you have to like change different things, whatever, right? Or I've actually learned to take trucks in Japan, I don't know, because they need trucks drivers over there, and I've experienced how that is, or maybe now I'm learning how to drive boats by Japan, and sure, why not, right? Or I'm getting my pilot's license, or I've gotten my pilot's license in Japan, so even though the content is in English or whatever, I've still done it in Japanese because for whatever reason the currency exchange thing was favorable, right? So I've gotten my plane's driving license in Japan. I've not deepened a lot in Japanese, but I've gotten a little bit better, and I feel like I have gained something in the language in the same way that right now I would say that I have still gained something in German, and I can still kind of I can watch reels in German on my phone. For example, I was watching memes in German earlier. So for example, I can do that in Japanese now, and now I plan to do that in Italian as well because I'm getting my captain's license in Italy. So I've gone broader, both in like languages and career. I've tried different things, and in partnerships, I've met people along the way that have liked the vibe, and yeah, and they have expressed also and shared and throughout that has I guess the vibe pulled together. Well, that would be one example of me going broader. Then me going deeper. I guess I'm liking this, how this sounds maybe less, a little more maybe. But for example, I'm 10 years in, I'm 38, I'm 8 years into train driving, I've gotten more experience into this. I've gone deeper into train driving, I keep getting excited about driving trains in Germany, and it's something that brings a little bit of money, that brings some stability or whatever, and I like how that feels. I also like Germany, I've liked German culture at least more than I like, more than I dislike, and I've learned a lot more cultural references, and I keep wanting to learn even more, but I keep wanting to learn actually more about German literature and to get deeper and try to understand German people more, and I've gone broad, and I've gotten a couple of licenses here and there. I've gotten a motorcycle license on the side. I've perhaps gotten a private pilot license, but not full commercial on the side. I've spent a little bit of money on this, and yeah, I know a couple of contacts from here and there or whatever, and perhaps some of them blah blah. But actually, I've met someone with my connect with that kind of gets this kind of several interests. Sometimes they're interesting, but also who likes the being with someone who's like deep into trending because of their lifestyle or because of interests or whatever. And yeah, I've showed up and creatively and expressed myself creatively, etc. Enough for it to yeah, in order for me to show up actually like in my free time as like sharing all of these little experiences of trainings of different small licenses and such, and expressing myself creatively through this, and perhaps also more deeply about train things or whatever, and I'm sharing that kind of more, and the sharing part etc is more of a side thing I guess, and I've tried it out, I've gotten over it, and I've been like, okay, I've actually attempted to share, I've showed up fully, I've created the things that I want to create, and now it's time to build, I guess, something deeper or whatever. So now I'm established in Germany, I have a place, a fixed place, I bought a car, and I've learned some car clubs here, and I know more people in the car community, so I feel more connected and rooted to this place, and I feel like I can actually build something here, and I can start, for example, a car museum here, right? And or rather than a car museum, I'm starting to build the blocks, I guess, to this project that I've had, I guess, on the back burner, right? Throughout expressing myself through this kind of creative outlet, side creative outlet of like licenses, etc., that I've kept for a little bit of variety, I want to go deeper, right? I want to go deeper into the car community, and I've discovered some deeper aspect of like cars, and I've gone deeper into the topic of cars. I guess always you have to go broader. It's a museum, you have always to have go to a little bit broader. You have to have deeper connections. So I've perhaps visited a lot of museums in Germany that I have on my list, and I've learned a little bit more. And thanks to this kind of deepened language and deepened cultural thing, I am now able to engage more deeply into this kind of German content, and I can actually, yeah, I can talk with the people in the museum, and I can get, oh, so this is how you started the museum, right? And they perceive the actual want to, oh, he actually wants to create something like that. Well, I said here, oh, they actually want to create something like that on their own, or I guess because it will be way easier like that. But oh, they actually want to create something like this on their own. But if they're showing up fully, whatever, it's like oh, and they are actually taking steps towards that. But they have this whole small project and they want to take the next step and create something deeper and go deeper into that, right? And through the little cards that I've kept owning, I've owned some card and then I've sold it, and I've kept a little bit of contact and I've deepened connections with that, and because they are rooted, and I sell the card to someone who is not a close friend or whatever, who I keep contact with, and if, for example, from a forum of this brand, and I buy cards from these different brands, from the same brand, of, from this Japanese one, it's Mazda, so I keep buying Mazdas, I'm involved in the Mazda community, I look at the Mazda museum here in Oxford, and yeah, I find it interesting, and I find it cool, and I get to know the history of the museum itself and how it came about with or without support of the brand, and what the different options are from different people, etc. And I am now 38 and kind of some steps into this kind of process. I've gotten satisfied with this kind of side project. I've gotten some traction, but I guess some feedback, enough feedback to learn what's possible, what kind of reach it has, what kind of people are interested by it, and yeah, I guess something like that, right? And I have someone who understands that and who likes that kind of vibe, who likes who that, or even who doesn't like it, who want to support that, and who supports someone in their, and I will support them also in their thing, right? In whatever, even if it's not car related or whatever, but yeah, it's kind of like we're rooted in this place, and we have this kind of connection, have like serendipity things, and whatever. And yeah, I've traveled throughout Germany a little bit. I've gotten to learn the place, the context. I can communicate myself with these people and understand what they are like and how their things come about, how their projects come out. Now, I also maybe I have some critical perspective a little bit, but I've communicated to them in a way that they understand and that they find value. For several topics, one of these, like the reason why, is because I will come up in the video, but at least for this, for several topics, one of these, like the reason why, is because I don't know whether I want to deepen or whether I want to go broad. There is this thing that is like that people say like, oh, you should go deeper when you're young. When you're young, you can compound better. Alex Hormozzi, for example, says this. You can, if you build a company, growing hard, building a company in your 20s, then you will have your 30s very solid base, blah, 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 and the compound effects will be super great. Right? Alex Hormozzi says that. I think probably Gary says, and then for example, Gary says a little bit something different. For example, Gary says a little bit something different. Right? He says something like, okay, if you don't go hard at, well, you always have to go hard. You always have to grind. But if you don't go grind at going at something concrete, you could grind at trying new things. Right? You can afford still to lose. Right? You can afford to lose many things because you're still young, and then maybe you can go find that thing that you want to go deeper. Or maybe the broadness or something you can, or for example, Dan Coe says this, Dan Koe says this. He says something like, okay, you can bring a lot of topics together in your unique way, and that is like the thing that is actually deep. So you can be a generalist in that sense. Right? So yeah, I guess I don't really know where do I land in these things, and maybe one could say, okay, it depends on the topic, and maybe we explore these topics and see something. But yeah, essentially, I guess I found that in many of these topics, the question for me it's still open. Right? I don't really know whether the best idea would be to deepen or to go broad, or maybe it's a combination of both things actually, and maybe it's simple or whatever. Right? So yeah, maybe I can go into each topic to, I guess, give an example of what do I mean by deep or go broad in each situation. You could say it's more like a cope, and in the vision it's more like a cope, and generic things. It's more like what measures would I have taken to stop it, or yeah, appearance thing. I guess that. I think who supports someone who does that like that and who also is kind of creatively oriented like that, perhaps. Or maybe here that's in Germany, and yeah, and I can support them also with this kind of maybe a less low-key person, and I'm actually the person who's like more make. I have a deeper connection with someone, and this, but I can bring it to them and like show them or help them somehow like that. And perhaps the person I'm helping, I have a deeper connection with someone, and this who's like kind of different here also, or maybe not here but somewhere in Germany, and yeah, and I can support them also with this kind of maybe a less low-key person, and I'm actually the person who's like more making videos and showing up themselves on the internet and like posting a lot of stuff on the internet, and there are person like that is more low-key, that doesn't really engage in that, but who supports someone who does that like that and who also is kind of creatively oriented like that, and perhaps has their own project like this, and either benefits from someone who's like more outspoken on this in order to like, get more pages, or maybe they simply, I don't know, basically like the contrast or whatever. or yeah, something like this, right? I think I've given a couple of alternatives like this. I feel like this is something that I certainly like this more. This what is what I want to be in 10 years more than the first take. I will leave the first take in the description as well. Yeah, I think I like that more. I haven't given a lot of vision in the appearance thing. I guess the appearance thing, for example, that could be like that could be certainly that could certainly be it's a whole different channel. Well, I have planned to do it as well, but I feel like that's a topic that's like really difficult for me to talk about. So I've been postponing it and postponing it and postponing it. But yeah, I certainly know the direction where I want to go for sure. I just don't know how far into that direction I will actually reach in 10 years when I'm 38. How far along the path will I be if I'm actually in that path? How far along the path that I hate I would be? And what measures would I have taken to stop it? Or like what mitigations have I found? Or like what mental frameworks to deal with that path have I figured out or like I have found out? We'll see. I don't know. Certainly I don't really have the vision for that. It's more like a hope. And the vision that I have is certainly kind of unrealistic, so it's difficult also to share. But yeah, let's just say some generic things. But I would certainly like to be stylish and I guess stylish enough to feel like I'm expressing the qualities that I like to have and that I have actually achieved, and also that I've gotten over the awkward phase of like trying to find a style. You know, that I've actually found a style that I that I can pull off, or perhaps that I'm bold enough to pull off a certain kind of style and that it actually fits the the environments I'm in, and or if I don't fit into the environment, it's that the confidence that I have is enough to like I don't know to back up the fact that I stand out. I guess style wise, that's what I'm aiming towards. I guess, and then if I'm 38, so okay, old, but like still potentially attractive or something like this, that I'm I don't know like yeah, I guess not. I don't want to say not weird because I would probably be weird in a sense, but yeah, I guess weird in a way that is not kind of unself-aware and others aware. It's something that is kind of weird but kind of respectable enough and I guess classy enough. There are some adjectives I like. I like classic. I like sophisticated. I like modern. I like these things, right? I mean classic. I guess modern in the sense like modern house, not modern in the sense of like, for example, a grunge house, right? I like a exposed brick wall, destroyed factory type vibe. Not really, but more like modern house, like yeah, I don't really have the Corbusier or I guess I'm not sure if that's modern. Mies van der Rohe type things, something like that. Kind of. My brother also likes Mies van der Rohe as well, so I don't really. I'm going based on his criteria, but that I don't really know architectural terms of like neo-modern, whatever. Okay, Frank Lloyd Wright, for example, or that kind of I guess sophisticated, classy, but not rococo type way, right? So like modern, contemporary times, and also not basic. Well, maybe a little bit basic. Why not? It's also like mm, new build from Thailand, Bangkok skyscraper, new build. That is kind of like black cabinets and a little bit dumb and ridiculous. So many things, right? I mean, I don't actually like black cabinets, but for example, white on white, beige aesthetic perhaps, a little bit of black perhaps also, but yeah, I guess with enough color, with enough whatever. I also, for example, like the vibe of like English teacher, right? And middle-aged English teacher, I guess, but like with 10 years old, 38-year-old English teacher vibe. So the teacher that is still cool, but who is an English teacher, therefore dresses a little bit weird and strange, but yeah, kind of still appropriate to the environment that is going to work or whatever. So something like that. It's like striking, eye-catching, unique, but still aware and respectful and not just kind of like wanting attention because of the sake of attention, for the sake of attention. Right? It's more like expressiveness and something else. Boldness, but not, I guess, yeah, kind of like random screeching and shit. That's, I guess, the vibe I wanted to. I perhaps would like to have to have in 38 years. When I'm 38, sorry. When I'm 38, perhaps something like this. It's like still bold enough to feel like I can dress like I'm one of new generations, but also like, okay, I'm not one of them, but still like able, like tapped in enough to like, I don't know, at least be conscious and like be informed and like be able to make decisions related to that, yeah, and such. So yeah, thank you for watching. If you watched until the end, thank you. I ended this video, like the first take, saying something like, if you watched until the end, please don't say anything, because that video I was like, I wasn't able to articulate any kind of vision. Right? I was like, this topic is really difficult for me. Like, I don't want to understate how difficult it is talking about this for me. This is extreme 300 and something. I have 320, I think 316 noted over there, but it's probably like 330 or like, I've done actually like 360 streams. Like, I've done more than 300 streams talking to the camera like this. And I've done hours and hours and hours and hours of video talking about these kind of things. And it's difficult for me. And I've done a couple of them private that I haven't uploaded. And I haven't uploaded them for a reason, because it's a tough topic. So yeah. If you've gotten this far into the video, I don't know, it's like, it has been difficult for me. If it has been a difficult watch because it's a long video and I ramble and I say these things, I don't know, just have some consideration for that, because there's a reason why I take too long for saying these things and why I can't bring myself to edit something like this and to cut it short, because yeah, because it would slow the process so much, right? This long-winded thing. Maybe it would actually speed up, but I guess I'm not courageous enough to like watch a video like this back and then edit it and then upload it. So yeah, sorry for leaving you with this kind of raw cut. I hope this 1 hour and 5 minutes length detracts the people from clicking on it who wouldn't like watching a 1 hour video that I've made. I hope people leave before minute 18 if they don't actually, if they are not intended to see the message. And yeah, thank you for watching. If you have watched this long, oh sorry, I was saying that I ended this video, the first attempt of making this video, saying, if you watched for this long, please don't say anything. But I don't know, maybe in this case, if you've watched for this long, please act accordingly to and with tact and yeah, and mindfully, I guess. So I don't know. If you're going to write a comment, make it something that I can take in with. And if you're going to send something privately to me because you know me, and like if you're watching 1 hour of this, it's probably high odds that you know me, then likewise also, like write something that I can take in, and perhaps don't even write anything at all. I don't want to straight up say that because my mind goes into like the worst places because of it. But yeah, please write something I can take in. Please be mindful of this. I didn't intend to do this video, just simply like I didn't intend to say these things that I wanted, that I have said in this video. In this video particularly, it just came out like that. So yeah, please do respect that if possible. And yeah, still thank you for watching a lot. If you got here until this end, yeah. Goodbye. Oh, and I do hope you are here in 2 years for the video that I will make about me when I'm 40, and perhaps will I make a video like this in 10 years when I'm 38. So let's see. Right? Hope you're here for the long run, and hope I'm here for the long run as well, and I don't give up. Yeah, bye.
Okay, it's late as fuck. It's 10:30. I should actually just straight up go to bed. I'm not going to do it. I have to shower still, but yeah, I guess I should actually just go to bed. But I'm not going to do it. I guess I have to shower. So, and I should actually also brush my hair. Sorry, no, not brush. Wash my hair. But I'm not sure if I even want to be honest. So I'm not sure if I'll do it, but I should. So I don't know. We'll see. But if you're, I mean, no one's here, so thank you for watching to no one. But if someone is here in the future, then I guess do thank you for watching. Maybe even me, future me. Thank you for watching. I'm not sure if you've skipped around or if you actually watched the 5 hours, or if you just told an LLM to tell you the best moments and the LLM has clipped it, or if you're just watching clips that the LLM did and it got the silent things and put all the audio things together or whatever. But yeah, if you've done that, dope. And thank you for watching in that case. And yeah, bye.